Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the October 6, 2025 Council meeting for the District of Metchosin. Before we begin, I just want to acknowledge that the District of Metchosin conducts its business on the Coast Salish territory and the traditional lands of the Siano-speaking people. The District of Metchosin works to be increasingly mindful of our commitments to be more inclusive in our governance and with our neighbors. I would like to acknowledge our neighboring First Nations governments with whom we are committed to building stronger relationships, the Siano First Nations and the Suk First Nations. And with that, Council, we have an agenda before you. We've got some late correspondence. We'll add 11B to G in the Council agenda. And I'd also like to switch the presentations around. So Jill Cowlrick will go first, and then Sergeant Stephen Rose from RCMP will go second.
And I'd just like to add two notice of motion at the end, please.
And we have two notices of motions. With that, I will call the question to adopt the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Gray. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. With that, let's turn to presentations. I'm delighted to introduce Miss Jill Cowlrick. She's going to give us a presentation on starting a comprehensive health clinic in Metchosin. Welcome, Jill, again.
Can you hear me okay now? Lovely, thank you. I want to thank you so much for having me here today to talk about this project that I'm very passionate about. So I'm going to be presenting today about an initiative that I'm hoping to launch that would be starting up a comprehensive family practice and comprehensive health clinic here in Metchosin. So in my presentation, I'm going to cover a little history about myself, as I'm hoping to work in the clinic. I'll just cover very briefly what a nurse practitioner is for those who don't know. I will talk about the services that I'm hoping that the clinic can offer, talk about funding for the project, and some approximate timelines. So a little about me. I've been in healthcare for about 13 years, working about 10 years as a nurse practitioner. I've got experience working in family medicine, addictions medicine, oncology, and palliative care. I have been a resident of Metchosin for the past 10 years now, and very fortunate to be raising my young family here, and grateful to be a parent and a spouse in this beautiful space. And I also really enjoy hiking around our area. So for those who don't know, a nurse practitioner is a registered nurse with a master's degree that enables us to have an expanded scope of practice so that we can diagnose a variety of conditions similar to a family doctor. We can order a bunch of different testing to investigate, so things like blood work, x-rays, MRIs, EEGs, all those things. We prescribe a wide range of medications. We can refer to specialists as appropriate. We collaborate well with interprofessional team members for comprehensive care delivery, and we have the ability to be a regular family provider in the same way that a physician would. So my proposition for how the clinic would operate is that the family medicine portion would be a nurse practitioner-led model, meaning that it would be exclusively family nurse practitioners working in the clinic. We would provide longitudinal family medicine to residents of all ages from 0 up to as old as you can. We would provide care for people of all genders, identities, and abilities. The care would be integrated and interdisciplinary and collaborative in nature, meaning we would have clinicians of different disciplines working in the clinic so that we can collaborate and make sure that each person is seeing the right care professional for the right problem at the right time. We would respectfully offer different healing modalities of various traditions, including Western medicine, Eastern medicine, and traditional healers, for example, indigenous healers. The providers in the clinic would end up being a mix of publicly funded providers and private pay clinicians that aren't covered by MSP services. And the goal is to use existing buildings in Metchosin to minimize building impact on the community. So some of the possible services that the clinic could offer would be longitudinal family medicine, registered nursing care and possibly home care services, social work, counseling in the form of a substance use and mental health clinician, physiotherapist, and then, so those would all be publicly funded, meaning you wouldn't pay to see those people. And then clinicians that are not covered by MSP, but may be covered by some people's extended health benefits, or you can pay privately to see them, would be like a yoga practitioner, an acupuncturist, a psychologist, a dietitian, and yeah, all sorts of other options as well, depending on who's interested in working in the clinic. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not sure why the pictures didn't show up, but that arrow is supposed to be pointing to where the entrance to the clinic might be. So this clinic, I think, would be well fitted in the central area of Metchosin, in the old school building, in the wing just behind mile 0. There is, I think there's enough space in there to set up a clinic where we could have all of these disciplines practice, as well as potentially intermittently utilizing other spaces within that school building. There's also additional space in that building, I believe, that is not yet claimed, where if we needed to expand, other clinicians could also set up practice. And I'm aware that there are 2 registered massage therapists who are currently planning to set up their practice and hopefully get it up and running early next year, which is very exciting. And so our clinic would work collaboratively with them and any other clinicians that might decide to move into the building. So in terms of funding this project, there is a nonprofit society called the South Island Primary Care Society, and their mandate is to essentially help clinicians and community partners get clinics like this up and running. So I've been in contact with them, and they are keen to be involved in this project. So they're going to support us by providing a contractor to come out and look at the space and work with me to discuss what renovations might be needed to start up this clinic. And then they'll provide a cost estimate, and then they will also help us to raise the money to start this clinic. So the way that they usually would go about that is that they usually ask the Ministry of Health for money. They currently have none. So what they will be doing is setting up a grant where private individuals and or organizations can donate money, so that if anyone in Metchosin is interested in funding this project and has some extra cash, they can donate and invest in their community that way. Once the clinic is actually up and running, the non-for-profit will also support the clinic by basically doing the administrative work of the day-to-day running of the clinic. So they will make sure that all the bills are paid, the lights are running, and that will be funded by the clinicians paying overhead to the society. So Metchosin Municipality would own the space, and the non-for-profit would own the clinical operations, if that makes sense. And then I would be like the medical director, so the non-for-profit doesn't have a say in the day-to-day running or administration of services of the clinic. So this non-for-profit does have experience already with building and operating 2 clinics in the South Island, 2 in West Shore, and they are currently working on supporting 3 other clinics to get up and going in the South Island region as well. So in terms of timelines, working with this non-for-profit we're in the very early days still, so probably it'll take about 3 to 6 months to figure out the costing of how much everything will take, and then for them to set up the ability to start fundraising. Hopefully we can get a contractor in to look at the possible space where the clinic could be and come up with a budget in the next couple of months. I will meet with the Metchosin Council to discuss permitting and all of that, the legalities that need to be followed in order to make sure that this is set up well. And then over the next 3 to 6 months, I also plan to do more public engagement with people in Metchosin and Biannual and likely AVICC as well, because they also, we would be their closest health center, I think, just to see like what services people want to see in their own clinic. and how they would like to see that delivered, and making sure that it's delivered in a way that's culturally appropriate for our area and for everyone in our area. In an ideal world, we'll start renovations on the clinic in about 6 to 12 months once the fundraising is completed, with a goal of opening the clinic and starting to enroll people in the family practice in 12 to 18 months. And that's it. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to take questions if there's time for that.
That's great. Thank you, Jill. Council, do you have any questions for Jill? Very exciting proposal. Councillor Gray.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thanks so much, Jill. That's an exciting idea. If you're working on that as a nurse practitioner, would it be a group of nurse practitioners, or is the group interdisciplinary in the sense of one nurse practitioner and others, or have you thought that?
Oh, I see. Yeah. So I think for the region and for the space that's available, it would probably be a group of 4 nurse practitioners in terms of the family medicine side of things. And then for every one nurse practitioner, we can qualify for funding for 1 RN. So if we had 4 nurse practitioners, we would qualify for 4 RN staff as well. And then we would also have an MOA, like an office assistant who would sort of manage the day-to-day. And then, yeah, hopefully like a social worker, at least part-time, and a mental health and substance use clinician to function as a counselor part-time. So yeah, we would work as an interdisciplinary team, but in terms of delivering family medicine, it would be like about 4 nurse practitioners is the goal.
Maybe just a follow-up then. At the moment, how is the province funding that kind of a clinic? Is it a fee-for-service basis, a salary with overhead, or how is that arranged?
Yeah, good question. So it's a little muddy, but for nurse practitioners and family physicians, if they want it, there is a program called the Primary Care Network Funding Program. And so the Ministry of Health will fund for every family nurse practitioner, they will pay you a salary without benefits and a certain amount for overhead every year. And then there's a certain amount for education, like ongoing education funding and quality improvement initiatives. So it's funded directly through the Ministry of Health for those ones that I mentioned are publicly funded options. Those are all through the Primary Care Network funding, which is a specific funding pot to try to increase access to primary care in the province.
Maybe just a final question. If it's a salary, who's the employer?
So we're all contractors. So no one is the employer. So yeah, so we'll all be like incorporated essentially, and we'll be functioning as independent contractors. Yeah.
Councillor Shukin.
Thank you very much, Mayor Little, and thank you for your presentation and your interest in this concept. And basic question, and you might not be able to answer that quite yet, but what would the patient load possibly be with the staffing you outlined?
Yeah, so for every full-time nurse practitioner, we can take 1,000 patients. Yeah, so if we had 4 full-time nurse practitioner positions, we would have 4,000 people attached to the family practice portion. And then the interdisciplinary team don't have the same targets, but they have some targets that they have to meet, and so we have to report annually to the Ministry of Health to basically show, yes, we're seeing this number of people, and there's like some hours reporting and different things like that. Yeah.
Councillor Dollison.
Oh, thank you very much. Very keen to hear such an initiative, especially in the times that we're facing when people don't have medical health care practitioners, etc. So the question I have then is people that are looking for a practitioner, are these people that would be on a wait list currently, or are these people that would want to switch from their doctor in town to come to a medical practitioner in their own community? Is there a limitation?
Yeah, good question. So the way the primary care network funding works is that we are obliged to take people off the Health Connect registry, which is a provincial service. And so people, if they don't have a primary care provider currently, I would encourage them strongly to get on the list. If people are unaware of the registry, which is definitely quite common. Then when this clinic was becoming closer to opening, what we would do is we would have public engagements events where we would probably just have a laptop set up and help people register like on the day, essentially. If currently the way it works is if people already have a primary care provider, even if it's in like Saanich, I can't, like we can't attach if they have one, but if it was like Duncan or North, technically that is difficult to access care because of the distance, and so we could take folks in that respect. It's sort of a fluid, like it's changing though all the time, so by the time we actually get up and running, that may no longer be the case, and we may be able to make an argument that actually this is more of a rural setting, and my hope is to be able to do like home visits and things like that for people who have difficulty getting into the clinic. So we might be able to argue that, and certainly exceptions can be made for people who have like significant mobility issues or are, you know, more frail and just like challenges getting out. We can make the argument that, you know, they need to be seen in their community and approach it on a case-by-case basis in that respect. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ebb.
Thank you. That's very exciting proposal. So to get started, what would you need from this council?
Currently, it's mostly that it would be helpful to have just some planning meetings where I learn about what is needed on your part in order to make sure that I'm satisfying all the needs of the community in terms of, you know, renting out the space and potentially renovating the space and making sure that, you know, parking is not going to be an issue and stuff like that. And then eventually collaborating with the nonprofit society as well, because I know they in the past when they've worked with starting up clinics in municipalities, they like to meet with the municipal council to make sure that everyone's on the same page, essentially. Yeah.
Thanks. And how much fundraising do you feel you would probably have to do?
I guess it depends how much the renovations are going to cost. I don't have the ability as a nurse practitioner to start a practice in the same way that a physician would, just because of the way the regulations are. And so I'm not personally allowed to like fundraise. And I believe the municipality is also not allowed to accept a lot of like private donations to build this kind of thing, which is where the non-for-profit comes in, because they can fill that role. So so I'm actually not sure what the cost will be. I have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we should mention that the CFO, CAO, and myself met with Jill a couple of months ago, and we have been talking. We've looked at the space, and so we'll ask you. I'm seeing nods at the table. I'll ask you to talk to the CAO and CFO and see what next steps will be.
Perfect. That's great. Thank you so much for your time.
One more question.
Just through the chair, I wonder if I could catch up with you afterwards, Jill, to talk about it.
Sure. Yeah.
Super. Thanks.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Inspector Stephen Rose from the West Shore RCMP with the biannual report. Welcome, Inspector Rose.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to try not to break the equipment. I know that was a bit of an issue there at the beginning. So good evening, Mayor, Council, and community members, both here in the gallery and online. Thank you for affording me with the opportunity to speak generally about what we've been up to as the West Shore RCMP for the first 9 months of the calendar year. So I will blast through the general updates. I do notice, though, that the dates are different on the presentation that's displayed. So it only includes the first 6 months. For what I have is the first 9. Do you have 2 versions? Well, we'll adapt and overcome. So the data that you see up there is for the first 6 months. The data I'm going to speak to includes a little more than that. So it goes through to September the 30th. So what you see on the first screen is the objectives in the annual performance plan that was decided upon by all of the elected officials in the various communities that form the West Shore RCMP back in the spring. And so what we took away from those communications and consultations with the elected officials, but also community members, including as part of an online survey, was they wanted us to focus on organized crime and drug trafficking, road safety, and specifically distracted driving and speeding, property crime with a focus on theft and shoplifting, improving or continuing to address the mental health crisis and our response to that as a police agency, and then lastly, our engagement with young people and our Indigenous community as well. So on the next slide, a little too fast. This provides an overview of the West Shore as a whole. So this includes all of the communities of the West Shore, Metchosin, Langford, Colwood, the Highlands, and View Royal and the Two Nations. And again, this one is a little different than what I have. So I'll jump over to the next slide, which again identifies the calls for service and compares last year's to this year's for that time period as mentioned in the 4 areas that were suggested. So the first one's property crime. There's been an increase on the West Shore as a whole by 36% when it comes to break and enters, and shoplifting has increased by 28%. You'll notice those numbers are a little different, again, because of the time frame. Collisions and traffic offenses have seen drops for the most part. However, injury collisions are up about 6% across the West Shore. Drug offenses are down across the board, both trafficking and drug possession, and mental health calls for service are up during this period by 6% for the first 9 months, but I think up there it shows 7. This slide breaks down the portion of resources that are provided by the municipalities to the integrated detachment, and then contrast that with the overall demand on policing services. So the table on the left is how much each of the communities funds. For the first 9 months, Metchosin funded 5.65% of the overall detachment complement of staff. And that, of course, will be the same, both on yours and my slide, as we don't change the contribution mid-year. That's only in the spring if there are new resources. On the right-hand side, that's the calls for service. So in the first 6 months, it was 3.73, and through to the end of September, we're at 3.85% of the overall calls for service. In the first 9 months, the detachment has responded to 19,849 calls for service, and that's just over a 2.5% increase over the same period last year. So we're continuing to see an increase in the demand for policing. So if I jump over to Metchosin specifically, this will speak to the calls for service in those 4 areas. The first one being property crime, where you'll see a slight increase in break and enters and also in frauds. There hasn't been any shoplifting events. However, that's certainly something that is quite prevalent in the neighboring larger communities. Drug offenses have increased, and the percentage looks to be substantial. However, the reality is the numbers, because the sample size is so small, it generates those really large percentages, but not much of a change there. Collisions have increased, and I'll speak to a little more of that data in a moment. As far as the traffic-related incidents that the police have attended, And you'll also see a substantial increase in the mental health related calls for service. That doesn't always mean that the person or people that the police interacted with were apprehended under the Mental Health Act, but there was a component of mental health as part of that response by the police. So here we've got just a snapshot of some of the engagement that we've done with our young people, and you'll see that the Community and Indigenous Policing Unit has been at schools 242 times this year, and only 30 of those, however, were calls for service. There is this misconception that the police spend a lot of time at the schools enforcing the law. The reality is that's not the case. Most of the time that we're at and in schools, it's engaging with youth at those schools. It's providing preventative and community-oriented discussions and working with educators in school to talk about things like online safety and how to prevent victimization from an online presence. Those numbers certainly contrast that. Restorative justice is a program that we offer for minor offenses, or especially those offenses involving youth, where we want to divert them from the traditional criminal justice system. It's also used on occasion for adults, where an adult may have gotten into some trouble, again, with a minor offense, such as shoplifting, where they may have been, stealing food, for example, for sustenance. We believe that that's not necessarily an individual that should go through the criminal justice system and the courts, because it's not an efficient use of the courts, but additionally, it's it can be perceived as a bit of a social issue, and something that if the individual that's been apprehended is remorseful about, that we can address that through other means, and that being the restorative justice program. In the first half of 2025, there were 24 individuals that completed the restorative justice program, and of those, 6 were youth, and 5 of those were involving shoplifting. School zone or traffic enforcement in the first half of 2025, the Municipal Traffic Unit has conducted 309 school zone patrols. So what we endeavored to do is each morning when schools are opening, and then in the afternoon when they're let out, is have our officers in school zones to slow down the traffic. Intriguingly, it's often parents that are racing to or from those school zones to pick up their young ones that need that reminder to slow down. So we do our best to be present and to deter that type of behavior. I should note that in the first 9 months of the year, there were 50 collisions reported in Metchosin. And I alluded to on the earlier slide there about that increase in prevalence. There were 50 crashes in the last 9 months, and over and above that, there were 11 impaired drivers removed from the roadways. One would think in 2025, we wouldn't necessarily need to continue to educate people about driving while impaired or under the influence of alcohol and drugs. However, I find myself, having been a police officer now for just shy of 25 years, continuing to have to raise that message and to advocate. There are alternatives to driving impaired, and that is getting a ride and planning around your social event or outing so that you're not putting yourself and others at risk. I alluded to the enhanced traffic patrols earlier. In Metchosin specifically, we've been in the Windfall Road area, Petter Bay, Rocky Point Road, Metchosin Lake Park Road, Kangaroo Road, and Souk Road during this reporting period. I'm also happy to say that we've recruited and recently trained, which you may have seen if you look at our social media, some new volunteers to be part of our Speed Watch program. And so you will see some of our volunteers out and around the community, sometimes in areas where we're receiving complaints, to try to gather some additional data about whether or not it's a really prevalent issue. And if it is, that's when we send our enforcers out, so the municipal traffic unit, to conduct some enforcement. If we get 1 or 2 complaints, we get Speed Watch to do some work in the area, and really the behaviors are limited to that 1 or 2 that resulted in a complaint, then of course we direct our municipal traffic unit elsewhere in the jurisdiction. The reason being is there's a lot of roads on the West Shore, and at full complement, we have 5 officers that are enforcing the Motor Vehicle Act and regulations on all of those roads. So what I'm getting at, it's a little bit of the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. So if there are things happening in your neighborhood that you feel needs the attention of the police, then certainly give us a call, provide the circumstances, and then we'll do our best to address it from there. Here is a list of highlights from the first part of the year that speaks specifically to our community and youth engagement section. Again, as I alluded to, if you follow our social media, you will see that our officers aren't just out, investigating and responding to crashes and crimes. They're also very engaged in the community. Most recently, I think we participated with the District of Metchosin in the Fire and Safety Expo. And I think our officers interact with about 1,000 kids as part of that initiative, which always goes over very well. Our social media feed is full of these types of activities, showing our engagement in the community. Most recently, of course, we hosted the Tour de Rock riders at the Veterans Memorial Park as they rode into the front end of the CRD. And then on Thursday night last week, we hosted the Tour de Rock Cops for Cancer Gala up at Bear Mountain. And I'm very happy to say, although it hasn't been made public yet, we did raise over $70,000 in that event for Cops for Cancer. So I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to both members of this community and council that were in attendance, and also the greater community at large for supporting that very, very worthwhile cause, being the fight against pediatric cancer. And I'm thinking this is our last slide, although again, it doesn't quite align with what I have in my binder, but identifies a couple of notable investigations that have happened across the West Shore jurisdiction, where we've had some successes. Closest to you would, of course, been the shooting that happened in Colwood about a year ago. For anybody that watched the news last week, they would have seen that the accused in that matter was sentenced for unlawfully using a firearm and received a 6-year sentence for that offense. So some outstanding work by the General Investigation Section at our detachment to bring that matter to a close, although there is still a co-accused that remains outstanding, and as you would have seen in the media, we believe that suspect has fled the country. And so we will continue to make efforts to locate, apprehend, and bring them back before the courts. And that's what I have for you, Mayor and Council, but certainly open to any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. And thank you also for attending our Metchosin Community Day. It was great to see your officers there as well and engaging with our community. Councillor Epp, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. One of the most significant increases in Metchosin is in mental health. And I just wondered if you could elaborate a little bit on why you think that has happened, or why it's such an increase.
Thanks for that question, Councillor Rapp. I will mention, I don't recall the one that was up there, but in the first 9 months of the year, the overall calls for service related to mental health are up by 6% in Metchosin. And I think it's a combination of things. There's no single contributor to that increase. The individuals that our frontline officers interact with are facing a number of challenging situations. Sometimes it's addictions issues that are fueling or contributing to mental health crisis. Sometimes it's simply the financial burden of what's happening at home, whether that be underemployment or other challenges within the family fabric and social dynamic. Sometimes it's lack of or access to a healthcare practitioner or professional. And I'm certainly encouraged by the presenter that preceded my presentation, where creating any opportunity for access to primary care is a good one, because otherwise we sometimes end up with individuals that aren't able to get support in a timely fashion, and as their overall situation degrades, that sometimes lends itself to crisis in community, and then of course the police being called. Some of it is biological. If somebody has been diagnosed with a mental illness, but there are certainly a lot of other contributing factors that prompt that call to the police, and which we classify as having a mental health component. It's not always just that mental health diagnosis. It may be someone in crisis that's suicidal and that's finding themselves in that situation because of some of those other societal issues that I've alluded to.
So you have a mental health team with a nurse and an officer. Does that team, do they go to most of these calls, or are they able to?
They go to a lot of the calls. They can't go to every call because there's simply not enough of them. So our mental health team currently has 3 police officers and 2 nurses. So island health nurses that have specialties in mental health. They provide services right now for about half of each day, but 7 days a week. One of the officers and a nurse, if they attend any call for service that involves or may involve a mental health component in real time, if they're able to divert that person from having to go to hospital through a referral or a reconnect with service providers already in the community, they will endeavor to do that. If, however, the person has reached, crisis and a point where they have to be apprehended under the provincial statute, the team will also do that and take them to the hospital. Just as I left the detachment to drive out to Chambers this evening, our team responded to a young person in crisis that was on the bridge at Helmicken. And that individual was apprehended and taken to the hospital in real time by the officer and the nurse. The value of that team is, for one, how they respond to those people in crisis, because clearly the nurse has information and access to the medical record and the profile of that individual that they're attending to, and is able to best support the response, as opposed to just police officers attending from a public safety lens. You have a care practitioner, a health professional that's attending with the police and are able to talk through that situation to resolve it, in as positive a fashion as possible.
Okay. Last question. Were you, and I may have this wrong, I think that Superintendent Preston mentioned, I think you were going to set up a special unit or team for sexual assault?
We do. We have a special victims unit at the detachment that's comprised of a corporal and 3 constables. They have as a mandate responding to serious and all sex-based offenses. So even though we do have some of our frontline officers that will attend on the first instance, because of the nuanced challenges with some of those investigations, especially supporting the victim in those files, we often will hand that to the Special Victims Unit to support the victim and their support network through that investigation. Because as you can appreciate, those are very emotionally charged files, which also require a high level of care when it comes to evidence collection and prepping that file for the courts.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Little, and thank you, Inspector Rose, for your presentation and being here tonight. So we are just a few years into a new cost model in Metchosin because we tripped over that 5,000 mark. And in the early days, we were told and forewarned about how expensive major investigations are, murders being kind of the biggest ones. Complicated and expensive. Now, and I think that was part of the influence of the service model we chose at the time. So I wonder when you respond, if you could confirm that, complicated and expensive. But the other thing is, I think we're now moving toward Vancouver Island Major Crime Unit sort of approach. And I just wonder where that is and how that might influence, you know, the cost that Metchosin might have to pay in terms of RCMP services. Thank you.
That question's a complicated one. So I need to, give a bit of a preamble. Metchosin transitioned from being a provincially funded unit to a municipally funded unit. So the rules as they exist within the province are that if your population crosses that 5,000 resident threshold, you become responsible for policing. So if you're a community under 5,000, the province looks after that cost. And what you alluded to is that Metchosin crossed that threshold. Metchosin investigated and I think gave due consideration to how best to deliver that service utilizing a municipal policing agreement. There's a variety of options. You could create your own police service. You could partner with an existing detachment, an RCMP detachment, as you did, or you could look to another one, like AVICC, for example, who also is policed by the RCMP. Ultimately, the community here chose to partner and remain with West Shore, which I believe, and I've yet to see any data or information that would suggest otherwise, is a good investment for taxpayers in Metchosin. Although it does come as a substantial change in how the service is provided and paid for, it's the value added that you get from being part of that integrated unit that strongly supports you receiving better service together than going it alone. If you've watched the news, you'll see various municipalities or communities across this province and Canada that have moved away or have attempted or researched the costs of standing up a police service from scratch, and it can become cost prohibitive, especially in the larger communities. So partnering and sharing those resources is the best way to go. Because Metchosin joined West Shore, you also benefited from the existing infrastructure that exists. So if you were to attempt to stand up and offer police service to this community alone with the 5 officers that you currently contribute, that wouldn't even provide you with 24-hour policing. You may have a police officer on shift every other day in the community and able to respond. The reality is, by being part of the integrated detachment, you have 24-hour policing. Not only do you have 24-hour frontline policing, but you benefit from the specialized sections that, Councillor Epp just alluded to, being the mental health unit, being the special victims unit, in addition to some of the other units we have, like our bike patrol, our municipal traffic section, our crime reduction unit, our general investigation section, our community and Indigenous policing section. And the other one you alluded to being the Vancouver Island Integrated Major Crime Unit, so VIMQ. Because you're part of West Shore and we already contribute to that team, you get that inherent coverage if there were to be a homicide in the municipality of Metchosin. That's not a benefit that most communities have on Vancouver Island. There's only certain communities involved in it, and there is a movement afoot by the province to have more communities on the island contribute to that unit so that they can provide coverage across the island. But as I understand it, the initial proposals by the province to the various municipalities came in a little high on budget. And many have communicated back that if they are going to transition to that single service provider model, they need some cost controls to be instituted. And absent that, the larger areas are prepared to continue looking after those types of files themselves, being, Nanaimo, Campbell River, the larger municipalities, and of course us as West Shore, because we contribute already to VIMQ, which we share with the municipal police agencies and the CRD. That was a bit of a long-winded one, but I hope I addressed the 2 points that you wanted me to address.
But one back to the key question: major crimes are expensive and complicated. True. Yes or no? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Major crimes are extremely costly because they take time. Unlike a motor vehicle accident that an officer can attend to and probably resolve within a couple of hours, if you have investigations that, for one, the suspect is unknown, if the person responsible for committing the crime is unknown, right away that inherently will take more time and person hours to gather the requisite evidence to solve. The expectations of the court when it comes to some of those very serious offenses like murder are high, and rightfully so. In order to make sure we have all the available evidence for the Crown to lead a successful prosecution, we need to do it right. Those files can sometimes take years to solve. And I'll give you an example. Earlier in my service, I was involved in 2 homicides in the Okanagan in 2004. And there was some commonality, not between the victims, but in the offenders. I worked as part of a team, 20 to 30 investigators, until arrests were made in 2006. If a single small municipality had to fund that level of investigation, it would probably bankrupt them. But by pooling the resources, you benefit. It's almost like insurance. I buy insurance for my house, not because I hope I ever have to use it, but if on that one occasion when the pipes break and it floods when I'm away, or it catches fire, I get my house replaced. Contributing to one of these types of units is very similar. It's something you may need. Hopefully you don't, but if you need it, it's there. It's available.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you very much. And I have to say I'm very appreciative, and as I think a lot of our residents are, with the increased visibility of the cruisers on our roads. Recently, I learned that I think it was on social media actually, that the bike patrol had been partnering up with the park rangers. I'm assuming that is CRD with the Galloping Goose. Is that just in the urban areas, or are we seeing that in Metchosin as well?
In fact, it's mostly outside the urban and more in the rural areas. So they've been partnering with parks and patrolling on bicycle and on foot all of the West Shore parks. It's a very popular initiative because our officers have knowledge of criminal activity and individuals engaged in criminal activity, which is quite helpful for the park staff. But the park staff also know who the frequent users are of those green spaces. So partnered, they're able to really make some headway and do a lot of public education. So that does include Metchosin and all green spaces here within the West Shore area.
So not just the Galloping Goose, but other park areas as well?
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Inspector Rose. Any other comments from council? No. Okay, thank you for attending. We really appreciate it.
I was a little concerned at the beginning, Madam Mayor. I thought I was getting demoted there at one point.
Yeah, sorry, Inspector.
But I'm happy to know we're good. I will make one last comment. Our next town hall is scheduled for View Royal Chambers. Some community members from Metchosin and others came out to our last community town hall at the Legion in Langford. Mm-hmm. And I will just give advance warning that our goal and my goal in the current role that I fill is to continue to engage local residents and give them that opportunity to speak to their chief of police. So Metchosin is on the list as well in the future. But I hope everyone will take advantage of that and come on out when it's your turn to have that face-to-face time and interaction. And thank you again.
Okay, thank you. And we understand both Jill and Inspector Rose, you don't necessarily have to attend our full meeting. You're welcome to exit when you like. Okay, we'll move along, council, to our public participation. Members of the public are invited to speak at the microphone. We ask that your remarks be respectful. Each speaker will have up to 4 minutes to address council. A lighted timer will help you manage your time. So if you come to the microphones, please give us your name and your street.
Hello.
Want to turn the microphone on?
Yes. Hello, everybody.
You just address us here.
I know, but I find that disrespectful because I'm one of the community and that I should say hello to my community. So I'm just saying hello. I've never done this before. I live on, I'm Greg Johnson. I live on Windfall Road, 755B. And 4 minutes, right? Somebody's keeping cat, right? Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Anyways, I'll get straight to the point. The point is, first of all, I wish to address the police officer. I find it disrespectful to come into this house with a firearm. That's my personal opinion. I don't think people should be armed when they come in here. Anybody. Secondly, there were some statistics about the mental health, which I'm pleased that the counselor there brought up about the increase. And I'm very disappointed that the officer in charge couldn't explain, like if we're talking suicide, mental health and all that sort of stuff, that you wouldn't have specific statistics for Metchosin. If it's that big of a deal, wouldn't you know to go, okay, this mental health situation was this mental health situation was that, instead of we don't know. That seems pretty poor data collection. And this lady over in the corner here gave a presentation about the health unit, and she mentioned the MH, Mental Metchosin Health, Addiction and Mental Health and Services, which I'm involved in. So I'm all for that. And we need more attention to mental health, not firearms, and I've been on the short end of the stick as a mental health call, and I've been roughed off and thrown into institutions because they didn't understand me. So I'm getting hyperventilating because I'm very emotional about this. So I want to see less police around my place and a little more understanding, a little more mental health than, like, what did you say? You said the person on the bridge, he said before he came here, as an example of his abilities, he used the word apprehended. You don't apprehend somebody who's going to throw himself off the bridge. You say, what the frig are you doing? Throw yourself off the bridge, not arresting him. Like, you listen to the words apprehended? That's not right words. And you got to listen to what they say, you know? So I don't like what he's saying. I don't like them to disregard mental health and just use it on a pie chart. No, don't like it. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak at the microphone?
Yes, to me. Okay, there we go. Jennifer Burgess, 3837 Duke Road. I'm a senior, maybe obviously. I'm on the seniors board of Metchosin, and you have a wonderful councillor, Sherry Epp, who also joins us on that board. This is the first time I've actually heard a more detailed presentation about the wellness clinic. And I'm very pleased to hear it. And if there's anything that would be of use, if you would like to address our board, we have a space very close to the space that you're considering for your clinic, and perhaps we can advise you on some of the wonderful things that our seniors would like to see provided in the municipality. I'm not really speaking as an assessment of the board comment, because I think a lot of them might be surprised about the presentation tonight. But I'm very pleased to hear that it's marching forward. Most seniors will tell you it's our feet that we need looking after. Got that one? Okay, keep us standing and running. Secondly, I have to confess I am a member of HICS. I'm a proud member of HICS. Some of them are here, quite a lot of them are here. I think they are. Yes, they are. And I'm very pleased to see that at the last minute they provided you with all of the supplementals of where we are with your great presentations and the communication publicly about housing. Actually, I wanted to just give you one paragraph in it that resonates very well with me. And maybe by saying it resonates with me, it might be of more interest to council. And it's the paragraph that says, it's page 9 of 16, which talks about a lot of the changes we currently face with existing non-conforming, and I look at the CAO and the CFO when I say this, because I'm sure they would like to know, and our bylaw officer, about how we can manage non-conforming. And of course, I was once an active member of APRM, and in that we also at many times questioned the use of some of the land areas for other dwelling uses. But I like the idea of supporting local economic activity with permit and business licensing revenue. And I say that because we were the very first people in Metchosin who took out a business license. I don't know how many of you know that, but we run a bed and breakfast. And lo and behold, in front of the last council, we paid our $30. Now I think it's $35. I was under the impression that business licenses maybe would be reviewed this fall. I haven't heard that they are being reviewed. But I do think that there is room for business licensing to provide some other tax revenue for this council when you're opening up to consider a lot of the other methods of bringing in tax revenue. that may not be popular with a lot of people around here who perhaps haven't even registered the fact that they have a business. But it might go a long way to assisting us in finding exactly out where the housing pieces are, who has bed and breakfast, what other home businesses. $35 really is not a lot of money, but if we got, a few, maybe another 100 of them, that would help a little bit. So that's what I wanted to say. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Wendy?
Klaus Cryer, Liberty Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Allow me to address you on the topic of the fire hall with specific reference to motion 13A that is before you tonight. During my engineering career, I spent about 18 years working for a large municipality. And by large, I mean 10 to 12,000 staff. That's not an accurate figure, but just give you an order of magnitude to compare to Metchosin. As chief engineer, I was involved in procurements of goods and services, tenders, adjudication, council reports, special projects, etc. So I think I'm safe in saying that I have a little bit of experience in this. I know how the paperwork flows and can flow, and I have a fair idea of what success looks like. I'm not seeing this here in council, or how this project is moving along in fits and starts. You're receiving very good financial information, but only raw technical reports and engineering reports. This is not the way it normally happens. I see you are struggling to deal with some of that. You're wanting to ask questions, but you have nobody to ask these questions of. You're holding long circular deliberations, and the project isn't really moving forward. So I've got to ask the question, is council trying to manage this project themselves from this table? Last time a project was attempted, a large project was attempted in somewhat similar circumstances, we got the fast ferries. So I'm sincerely hoping we not do that again. I think it's also fair to say that the people of Metchosin don't expect you to do the job, but they do expect you to see to it that the job gets done. This municipality is really too small and does not have the necessary experience or resources to support this project. You have no engineers on staff. A project of this nature is typically coordinated and run by the owner's engineer. You don't have that person. So you're going to have to make a few decisions as to how you move forward in terms of the resolution tonight. You can bite the bullet and get professional help, hire an owner's engineer, but finding that right resource is actually not going to be that easy. You most probably need some help just to do that, and it's not a quick exercise. You can continue with your steering committee, but please do not place too much reliance on them. They are volunteers, they provide valuable input, but they are by no means an experienced or qualified group that can manage this project professionally. You can also consider reconstituting your steering committee and ensure that it is stacked with suitably qualified individuals that can help move this project along. Or you can take some kind of a combination and develop a hybrid model. If I look at the 2022 committee terms of reference, there's two things that stand out. The purpose is vague, and it seems to me that whoever put that together wasn't sure how these projects run. And the committee failed in the most important task, and that is to retain the specialist to move this project forward. So I hope I've provided a little bit of input that can help your deliberations tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shukin?
Quick question. I caught your first name, Klaus.
Yes.
Last name?
Cryer.
Klaus Cryer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wendy Mitchell?
Generally, I'm so loud that I don't need this. Wendy Mitchell, 580 Woody Beach Road. It's come to my attention that this council is considering removing the charitable status from Metchosin's noted institutions and nonprofits, such as the Wild Art, Community Hall, the church, YMCA, and others. And apparently, the CFO has put forward this proposal. He is a person who is obviously ignorant of Metchosin's history, culture, and
Mayor Little,
ethos.
point of order, please.
And I would also suggest that anyone that is in agreement with him
Mayor Little,
is
I'm
also
ask,
ignorant.
if we can.
And the word is
Ms.
perfectly legal
Ms. Mitchell,
in the OED.
you can either reframe that or sit down. Please do not attack the staff with any comments regarding their character. And you have two choices. You can rephrase that or sit down.
Well, I don't know whether I'm clever enough to rephrase it.
Okay.
I can say that I think it is. It leaves me speechless as to what it would be. I think, anyway, let me just carry on.
Okay.
All of these institutions have been through this before in the past. As a matter of fact, I think it was my brother Bob who brought it up 25 years ago as a shit disturber.
Mayor Little, again, I'm going to ask that I think we're trying to maintain a level of decorum in this chamber.
I will
Ms. Mitchell
rephrase that.
has yet again, and actually one thing I want to mention is Ms. Mitchell's comments are inaccurate. We are and have voted to provide municipal, relief from the municipal tax portion for these organizations, which I think Ms. Mitchell is aware of. So
I will rephrase that one.
Okay.
My brother and myself, being farmers, we shift manure around, which is what we do in Metchosin. And he did that to make a point. And perhaps that point is being tried to make again. But all of these nonprofits have already spoken to this. They've put their arguments and their reasons before the people of Metchosin. And to this date, there's been no quarrel with any of us. And according to these organizations, maybe you all need to look up the word intangible heritage to know what some of their effects are if they're not readily available on the balance sheets and the monetary things. It strikes me that this council is desperate to pinch pennies. Is that okay? Can I say that you're penny pinchers? Because you're recklessly going forward to borrow and spend millions on a new fire hall. You're even talking about removing land from the ALR, or changing it somehow, which really is very peculiar coming from you. And in these global, political, uncertain terms, it leaves me speechless that you would think of doing that. Just unbelievable.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Ellen Frisch, Perry Crossroad. What an interesting evening. Every time I come, I'm thrilled to hear from a range of different citizens, particularly the first gentleman that spoke about RCMP statistics. I mean, he was very passionate. I appreciate that. As an audience member, I was left, when I heard the shoplifting statistics, I thought, oh, the corner store has been hit. So I was really proud to hear that there's been no reports on the West Shore. But to that point, it would be interesting to have more Metchosin specific statistics available in our RCMP reports. I'm here for primarily to talk about housing, but I was also thrilled to hear that we have a proposed medical clinic. Again, somebody who hasn't had a doctor for 6 years and only just received one. I've been on the list in Langford. So I was thrilled to hear this. And my first question, I think somebody asked, can you switch? Sadly, I heard no, but I'm glad they're coming. Housing, great report, summarized, I think, everything that a lot of things that Hicks has seen and heard, a range of options. There are other things that council can do as well. And one of them, I think you may have heard at UBCM, proposed by the Regional District of Nanaimo, which is look at some of the structural issues associated with the BC Building Code that are preventing the ability to build smaller homes. What's been coined in the report as a tiny home, which is a bit of a misnomer because tiny homes are really considered to be more on a frame with wheels. So a tiny home that's on a foundation is actually an accessory dwelling unit or a garden suite. And those are already required to be built to the BC Building Code if we're going to install those. So some of the structural changes are to update the BC Building Code to incorporate especially some of the safety initiatives that are necessary to allow smaller homes, like the size of the egress window and the height above the floor is a technical thing that sometimes can't be accomplished in a tiny home or needs to be modified to some degree. Another thing that is structural with the BC Building Code is the step code fails when your building is below 400 square feet. So the calculation of carbon intensity against all the other aspects of it, it doesn't pass. And when you're permitting an accessory dwelling unit, it's the exact same building permit as a big house. Especially even if it's a CSA 277 building. So I would encourage the use of those modular, more affordable A277 structural buildings. They're built to the BC Building Code. They're built to step code, but they're also built in a factory to CSA standards. So I think congratulations on pulling together a concise report with a lot of topical options in it. Lastly, I'm a member of Hicks, and one of the things that we did talk about previously was helping work with the district and the building inspector to help create maybe a guide for people who do want to update go legal with their basement suites, what needs to be inspected on your entire home if you're just updating your suite, because there's a lot of confusion around that. So we leave that option open too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nikki Nato. I live on Levon Road. I'm speaking as a concerned resident, volunteer, and active member of Metchosin community to express my strong opposition to the recent changes to the long withstanding policy on tax exemptions for eligible nonprofit organizations, a policy that has been in place since the municipality was incorporated. These changes put at risk a number of organizations that contribute immeasurably to the spirit and function of our community. I believe it's important to name and recognize some of these groups, including Wild Ark, BC SPCA, Thunderbird Society, Camp Thunderbird YMCA, the Metchosin Hall Society, the Anglican Diocese, the Victoria Motorcycle Club, the BC Parks Foundation, the Victoria Humane Society, and from my understanding, additional nonprofit organizations that rent space from the district, like MACA, have also been informed of significant fee increases to come. The fabric of our small town is held together by generous, selfless individuals, people who give their time, energy, and expertise to make their communities stronger, often without expected recognition or reward. In Metchosin, these volunteers are the very backbone of our town. They build and maintain the trails we walk on, support wildlife rehabilitation and animal welfare, train for specialized services like search and rescue, protect unique ecosystems, and create invaluable opportunities for art and nature-based learning. These groups do not operate for profit. They operate out of care and commitment to this place and its people. To target these organizations in the name of fiscal savings is frankly short-sighted and deeply disappointing. Measures like these will not only strain community morale, they risk compromising the integrity and spirit of the very town we call home. It begs a deeper question, though. Why would such a decision even be considered? What possible outcome justifies undermining the very organizations that serve the greater good of our community? Where is the moral compass guiding choices like this? If we are not here to support one another, to strengthen our connections, and to grow together as a community, then what truly is the purpose of local leadership? What's more, the contradiction between celebrating volunteers one week, hosting celebrations, having tea, hiring bands, and then turning around to undermine their efforts through impulsively implemented policy decisions is not lost on this community. It sends a troubling message. You cannot claim to honor and value volunteerism while simultaneously stripping away the resources that enable it to thrive. The amount of money at stake is minimal in the grand scheme. Roughly $45 per taxpayer annually, I believe, was quoted. Yet the potential damage is immense. For many of these organizations, even modest funding cuts could mean scaling back essential services or closing their doors entirely. Once that happens, these organizations, some of which have taken decades to build, may never return. What is the justification for that? What pressing issue could possibly outweigh the long-term cost of losing the very groups that give Metchosin its identity, character, and future? Those things that all of you boast very often about and claim that is the best part of rural living. This is not the kind of leadership I wish to see, nor is it the kind of representation I want for myself, my family, or my neighbors. Fiscal responsibility matters, of course. No one enjoys paying taxes, and all of us want to see our public funds spent wisely. But targeting the most selfless, community-minded organizations among us is not the solution. It is especially troubling to see how easily this council appears willing to take on millions of dollars of debt, a long-term financial obligation that will ultimately rest on the backs of taxpayers, while at the same time proposing to cut modest yet vital supports from nonprofits. That contradiction speaks volumes and reflects a concerning disconnect from the values, priorities, and day-to-day realities of the very people you were elected to represent. I urge you to step back and reconsider this path. Think creatively, think compassionately, and most of all, think in alignment with the community you represent. Public office is not just about balancing numbers, it's about leading with vision, empathy, and long-term responsibility.
Your time is up. Thank you. Please do not clap. The reason why that I ask you not to clap is because there may be other people in the chambers who don't agree with your clap. So we want this to be as a respectful, welcoming place where people can express opinions on both sides.
Thank you. Kiara Kahakawela, Perry Crossroad. I will speak, I'm here tonight actually to speak about the permissive tax exemption, and Nikki, well done. I would also first like to talk about the report given tonight by Inspector Rose in relationship to the Cops for Cancer Gala held last Thursday. As somebody who has represented this district at that event, personally from being sitting at this table, as well as personally supporting, as well as professionally supporting the organization, it is fantastic to hear that you were able to raise over $70,000. And Mayor Little, it was nice to see you there this time to represent the district. Also would like to speak in relationship to Jill's presentation about the clinic. Fabulous idea. There are several organizations within Metchosin that can help you with this. There's CERC, there's also the Metchosin Community Association, and many other organizations that can assist. When previous council that I was a part of purchased the property, it was one of the things that we had envisioned, and I'm really happy to see that this council is following in those footsteps, is to provide a community space, and having something like a clinic absolutely fits within that original vision of purchasing that property, which is a significant undertaking for this municipality. In relationship to what I had come here to speak to tonight was about the permissive tax exemption and the process involved. So on September 15th, Mr. Creek provided you with a document that sort of wrapped everything all together as one, which does a disservice to this community given the fact that 2 members of council had to recuse themselves because they do have a potential or pecuniary conflict of interest in relationship to 2 properties. That discussion about the policy change, something that is a very significant decision that will have even greater significance, as Nikki alluded to those organizations, should have been held with all 5 of you. All 5 of you were voted in to talk about policy and to bring policy into place in this municipality to guide it into the future. The organizations, the 7 organizations that you have now provided a high degree of uncertainty to in relationship to their budget planning are organizations that this municipality has supported since incorporation. You have just pivoted from that major tenet of how the district has operated since incorporation, and not all of you are at the table to discuss. Mayor Little, you have the ability to bring back that resolution. It is resolution 97-2025 to have the discussion relating to whether or not you provide a permissive tax exemption. You have a deadline, but special council meetings have already been held previously for something like this. It could be done again. The other part too is the potential of a grant, and it is a potential of a grant to provide these properties for the chosen portion of their 2026 property taxes is not a given. You still have to go through your budget discussions, which will not be finalized until April or May of next year. So these organizations are now going to be scrambling to come up with significant funds that they fundraise for. This past weekend, I attended the BC SPCA fundraiser that was held, and they were specifically fundraising for funds to provide supports to individuals in housing crisis that would have to lose or euthanize their pets if they weren't able to have a safe space to put them as they were transitioning either in a mental health crisis or because of a housing crisis. Please, I would ask you to reconsider your decision about the permissive tax exemption and have that discussion as a fulsome council to be able to give the taxpayers of Metchosin what they need. Thank you.
Eric White, Metchosin Road. Let's start at the top with the federal. I'm very curious, seeing as we have an inspector here, how much the federal firearms buyback is going to cost our municipality. And also, I would like to rhetorically ask if the shooting in Langford was done by a legal firearms owner with a legal firearm, or if it was not part of anything our government is trying to take away from legal citizens who have legally acquired the license to own something they've purchased in the past. So also on the federal level, I'm super stoked that there was discussion at the table about UNDRIP. I believe the United Nations declarations, all of them are super important to us as a whole, as a society. Our Canadian Charter is written based upon them. So just to have them acknowledged is super important because it keeps us all in focus of what our human rights are and how we all work together to achieve those. One of my favorites is the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And part 3, number 12 of that, Article 12 is, the state president, The state party presents the covenant and recognizes the right to everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. Sorry, that's not the one that I was actually looking for, but it is important, right? We're trying to attain the highest mental and physical health for everyone. The article I was actually looking for is, it pertains to the highest standard of living possible. And it is the government's job to facilitate legislation that moves our society in a way where that right can be recognized for everyone. With our housing policy update, I think it's great that our council keep that in the back of their mind, that that's the priority, is to facilitate everyone. I have heard from council members that they don't see visibly homeless people in Metchosin, which I think should be recognized as something that not because just because we don't see them doesn't mean they're not there. Often on my farm stand, I live on Metchosin Road, I see all kinds of things from people who are, let's call them, housing insecure, or I can't say that they are for sure, but they are making actions that seem like they are. They're desperate for food. They're leaving things behind that don't belong there. And it's apparent when you go to the heads of our trails and parks, there's cars with people sleeping in the night. So they're out there, and I think it's part of our responsibility to facilitate housing across the board for everyone. One of the major factors in housing that I notice in our community that I think we need to work on is we have super multi-generational things going on where people are spanning 3 generations in one house. And if we can work together to make it so that they can live comfortably and as a family unit, then I would really applaud our council on making movements in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Anthony, Metchosin Road, also a total hick. I just wanted to comment that, yeah, I really appreciated the work that the planner put into the report on housing options to bring forward for the public consultation. I think there was a lot of interesting things there. Particularly love the idea of being able to bring our bylaws up to the ALR standard. I think that would make such a difference for a lot of people trying to farm in this community for the purposes of being able to have farm laborers, and also multi-generational farming is something we are dealing with in our lives. I did want to mention, as Ellen sort of did, I would love to see a little bit more looking at the tiny home, as in Throws tiny home on wheels, and RV situation, just because, like, as others have said, there has been some interesting regulations put forward in communities trying to figure out a way to accommodate this, such as some of the island trusts that were helpful. And I think as members of UMBC, also being able to push the province into putting the codes that they have actually already written into use into the actual BC building code, so that municipalities have something to work from. I mean, they've literally written them, they just, for whatever reason, haven't been moved forward. I would really love to see that as an action item for the council members. Another thing I just wanted to address was something talking to another member about today of the Hicks, and that was wording in the survey about keeping Metchosin rural. And I think sometimes people have sort of used that of, well, look, there's the side that wants change and there's the side that wants to keep Metchosin rural. I don't think those are two different things for a lot of us. I think, at the Hicks sessions that we've held, I think everybody there wants to keep Metchosin rural, but they also want to be able to help their families. They don't want to see changes that are going to be like Royal Bay or Langford, but they want Metchosin to have these options and have it still be rural. And we all believe that's possible. So I think that what the planner put together in that report is an absolutely great direction towards those things. And I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Council, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Shukin.
Mayor Little, I wonder if at the end of public participation, there's one comment I made that I think needs correction.
Sure.
So,
thank you for being so tolerant for the long public participation. Bev Bacon, Metchosin resident. And I'll be really brief. I just want to support Councillor Shukin's motion that's coming forth to change or look at the terms of reference for the steering committee for the fire hall. And I'd like to acknowledge Mayor Little for having said, yes, the process was rushed. We missed some steps and we need to go back and do it right. And my particular interest is looking at, and I have a new friend, Klaus. Did you meet Klaus? Klaus had some ideas that I'd like to hear more of. Maybe if he would email it into council, maybe there's something there that would be helpful. I couldn't jot down all the things he said. But my short list is I'd like you to look at who is on the committee, not just what the committee is charged with doing. And is there anyone that could be perceived of having a conflict of interest or acting in self-interest? And, you know, council is really good at recusing themselves when something comes up that they could have a pecuniary interest in. But that should be for committees as well. I think there's some confusion about who can vote and who can't vote on these on the committee, and that should be clarified. And I like the part in the existing term of reference that says the composition of the committee might change as the project evolves. And I think you should look at that and start from who are the stakeholders that should be there, who are the people with professional expertise who should be there, and get a good balance of people, decide who can vote or who can't, and what the role of the councillors is in being there, what the role of staff is in being there. There's lots to clarify, and I'm glad you're taking this step. I particularly want the project to make the lowest possible environmental impact. And the only thing I've heard so far was from Councillor Epp, who said, we'll have solar panels on the roof. And that's great, but we could do so much more and have a model building that grow cabbages on the roof, for heaven's sakes. See what you can do that, you know, that supports agriculture, that supports our climate goals, that supports the environment. But thank you. I hope that's a slam dunk for his motion.
Thank you. One more.
Jane Hammond, Rocky Point Road. I too am a hick, proudly. And this isn't long. This is just to thank everyone for the process of going through this housing needs assessment, because we know that the OCP has to address this in a very short time. One thing, the community engagements, which were planned well, were not announced in a very, I think, a sufficient way. It missed the muse of, the last muse was July, and some of the engagements were in July and August and September. So I know that there was some representation. I attended, I think, all of them. And it just would have been nice to have had a little bit more notice to people. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that closes public participation. Did you want to address one comment?
Just
Councillor
very,
Shukin?
very quickly about the permissive tax exemptions. It was suggested earlier on that this has come before us only on September 15th, but I do have to remind the audience of two things. The first one was that this came as a policy approach on June 30th, as I'm recalling, from Mr. Creek. And at that time, he also identified, and I think it was the first time learning for all of us at this table, what permissive tax exemptions involve, and that is all of the tax burden. To date, I've been through 2 of these, and I was always under the impression that it was only the municipal portion of the taxes that we were exempting. Okay, so remember that came on June 30th, so there was sufficient notice that there was a potential of a change. The other thing too to recall is we are continuing to exempt municipal taxes for these organizations, and collectively for the 8, it is upwards of $97,000 based on the taxation level from 2025. So we're still offering these organizations upwards of a $97,000 on a collective basis. So just need to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor.
Just that was a clarification. I think some of us did realize the taxes were across both our taxes and other taxing authorities.
Okay, so let's move along in our agenda to the adoption minutes number 4 on page 19. We've got the minutes from September 15th council meeting.
Move adoption of the council meeting minutes of September 15th, 2025.
Moved by Councillor Schuken, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next, we have the reports for action on page 29. This is what everybody's been talking about, the 2025 housing update, introduction of proposed.
Mayor Little, oh, sorry, the mayor's report.
I don't have one.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. Yeah, I don't have anything to report. Regarding the housing update, this is a report from our planner. Ms. Johnson, are you going to come to the... We've lost the clicker. Is it? Okay, go. Great. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. We have a big presentation in front of you tonight. Purpose is to present the required legislation changes and to present for Council consideration proposed housing policy options and changes to the official CUNY plan that aim to address local housing needs identified in the Housing Needs Report and provincial mandates. So as we all know, the province now requires local governments to demonstrate in their OCPs how they will meet 20 years of projected housing needs. And this includes having policies that address all 7 classes of legislative housing need. This shift to proactive planning means that housing needs are being identified up front and have to be planned for the longer term, which in this case is 20 years. And as Council is well aware, the province has given a deadline to the end of this year to incorporate these changes. As part of the Housing Needs Policy Review, the district's current OCP doesn't fully address all 7 classes of housing need as required by the provincial legislation. Specifically, the OCP doesn't contain policy direction for 5 of the 7 legislative housing need categories, which are listed on this slide. The proposed objective and policy additions in Part 3 and Part 6 of the OCP, as shown within Attachment A of the Council Agenda Package, intends to address these 5 housing needs to close the housing policy gap and to ensure that the district is meeting the provincial requirements and local housing needs as identified in the Housing Needs Report, while still maintaining alignment with Metchosin's rural character, the servicing limitations, and the environmental and agricultural values. The key changes that are being proposed tonight focus on three main areas, and that's the required legislative changes. And these include the technical changes that are proposed in Part 1 of the OCP. And this includes integrating the housing needs report and updating the OCP to reflect the current growth projections, the population data and demographics to the current census, meeting the 20-year need, updating building permit statistics, etc. The second area is policy development from the housing needs report. And this entails adding objectives and policies to more fully address all 7 classes of legislative housing needs. The proposed policy changes, these can be found in Attachment A. The housing, and the housing policy options are presented in the staff report. And these options may require further amendments should council wish to explore some of these. Council does not have to support all the housing policy options. And based on council direction, staff will take the selected options to the next round of engagement. And the third area is housekeeping amendments. These will be these are correcting outdated legislative references. There's a few maps that still show the old boundary prior to the boundary adjustment, so updating those maps and sort of making sure that any subdivisions that have happened, our maps are showing current data. The housekeeping amendments will be brought forward when bylaws come forward for consideration of first reading. This is for the legislative changes to the OCP in Part 1, with the exception of the changes proposed to the glossary section, where there's the proposed addition of 2 definitions. These are mandatory technical changes that are required to be included to meet provincial requirements. So the ones in red is the changed sections. These legislative and technical updates in Part 1, they're not proposed to form part of the next round of public engagement. However, these will be reviewed by district staff and legal as part of the next step, and then staff will also look to council to suggest edits or refinements during the bylaw drafting stage for these changes in Part 1. Engagement with the public and stakeholders will focus on the housing policy options and the proposed policy changes in Part 3 and Part 6 of the OCP, and the proposed changes to the land use bylaw. So the proposed changes to the OCP in Parts 3 and Part 6, these are to add and amend objectives and policies in the OCP to address the legislative housing needs. Some of the proposed changes are directly connected to a housing policy option that has been presented. For example, allowing an Abbey Field dwelling or carriage house, while others were included more to help strengthen the district's overall housing policies to meet the provincial requirements. So in terms of the housing policy options, which ones move forward will depend on which ones council chooses to explore further. So the next section of the presentation is to go through the housing policy options for council's consideration. The first housing policy option presented in the staff report is the idea of aligning the district's housing policy and regulations with the Agricultural Land Commission regulations. This would allow a principal dwelling, a secondary suite, and 1 small detached dwelling on ALR parcels, giving families and farmers more flexibility and supporting farming while staying within the existing provincial rules. The second housing policy option for council to consider is enabling temporary use permit policy
for seasonal or short-term farm worker housing, including an objective and a policy in the OCP. You'll notice in the proposed changes in attachment A, a proposed objective has been added. This doesn't mean that council needs to designate specific temporary use permit areas now, nor does it mean that council needs to create the detailed criteria at this stage. This can all happen later as a follow-up based on further engagement, because it's quite a big task creating a temporary use permit area with criteria and guidelines. It would involve a lot of different stakeholder review, as well as complying with ministry standards, etc. But having an objective and a policy in the OCP would enable council to consider temporary use permits for this use in the future. The third housing policy option introduces a wider range of housing types in the form of carriage houses, tiny homes on foundations, and communal seniors housing, or an abbey field dwelling. These additional housing types can support aging in place, downsizing, rental options for independent seniors, multi-generational living, and rentals, while still being small scale and compatible with a rural community. Should council wish to explore communal seniors housing, a definition and regulations would be created for this use in the land use bylaw, and as well as what zones would permit this use. And the regulations can be tailored to ensure that this use still respects the rural community, the limited servicing options, etc. The fourth housing policy option for council to consider is increasing the size limits for secondary suites and for detached accessory dwellings to help homes be more livable and accessible and family friendly while still maintaining the rural context. Offering a path to legalizing suites is provided as a fifth housing policy option that would improve safety, potentially increase rental stock, and support transparency. And this proposed policy, it doesn't commit the district to legalizing all suites. This is just about enabling a clear process by being proactive, and it's not about guaranteeing approvals at all. The sixth housing policy option is a more sensitive topic. This is Section 514 subdivisions. This is a tool that allows landowners to subdivide one time for an immediate family member. This option has specific criteria under the Local Government Act, and additionally, the district can create more additional careful criteria with the intent of trying to avoid land fragmentation, ensuring protection of environmental sensitive areas and aquifers, for example. So this option is presented because it is an option that's out there to support long-term residents and multi-generational living. And council has the option to choose or not choose to explore this option further. So in summary, these housing policy options, they are about increasing housing choice. And with the exception of the Section 514 subdivision option, they don't really increase density. These housing policy options, they are reflective of the findings from the Housing Needs Report and the Housing Survey. And they're also responding to the 7 legislative housing needs. As for next steps, staff is looking for council direction on which housing policy options to move forward with into the second round of public and stakeholder engagement, which will happen in October. And the second round of engagement will provide an opportunity for the community and the stakeholders to weigh in on the proposed housing policy directions before any draft bylaw amendments are prepared. As noted earlier, the legislative changes in Part 1 are required by the province and are largely technical in nature. And so these will be reviewed by staff and the district's legal advisor before coming back in bylaw form, and staff will look to council for any suggestions on those changes too. And the bylaw drafting phase begins after the engagement phase, and staff will incorporate council direction and public stakeholder and staff and legal feedback into draft bylaw amendments to both the official community plan and the land use bylaw. And this is the recommendation for you tonight. I do have some options for alternate recommendation if there's, if you want to be picking and choosing the housing policy options. So, there's another example there, but just a short and sweet presentation. You have all the material in front of you, but I welcome questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Council, I know you have a number of questions. Where do you want to start? Go ahead, Councillor Donaldson.
I'll start at the end. The stakeholders, could you elaborate on who those stakeholders are, and at any point, as one example, would the Agriculture Advisory Committee be one of those stakeholders?
Yeah, through the chair. The stakeholders are we listed in the community engagement strategy, and yes, the Agricultural Advisory Commission is noted as one possible stakeholder should there be any changes proposed to agricultural land.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I have been getting calls from farmers who live on ALR that would like to have some input on that, not just as residents, but through the Ag Committee. So they couldn't be here tonight because it's only just come out on the weekend and they're busy on Monday nights, I guess. But so the Ag Committee will be resuming again now that summer is over in the next few weeks. So they're asking that I speak to that in that regard. Some of these farms are making a living at farming, and so they do understand the value of having farmer housing. I would like to learn a little bit more about how the TOP works, having been at UBCM, and learning about the value of having housing and the styles of housing on large spreads of land with temporary workers. There's farms actually out on the peninsula who are now have temporary workers that come in every once a year for a stint of a season, bringing their families in actually and be able to go back. So it's quite a good program that's going on in that regard. But then we have farms here again that are in the ALR that are not active, and so would they be provided the same opportunity to have housing as is suggested in this document when they're not actually farming the land?
Through the chair. The answer to that question depends on what the allowable maximum density that we just outright allow for agricultural land. So if council chooses to align residential densities with the Agricultural Land Commission, then ALR lands could have a principal dwelling with a secondary suite in that dwelling, totaling 500 square meters, and an accessory detached dwelling, maximum 90 square meters. The Agricultural Land Commission does not specify that the accessory dwelling has to be used for farm worker housing. So should land that's not being actively farmed and the owner wants to come in and have farm worker housing, they can use the existing housing that they are allowed, or if they want a third or a second or a third accessory dwelling unit on ALR land, they could apply for a temporary use permit, but there probably will be very strict criteria and guidelines within that temporary use permit that says maybe the land has to be actively farmed, or it has to, you know, like the council will set the criteria for any additional housing beyond what's allowed. And in ALR land, that's what the ALC requires right now. So if you want to have another housing unit beyond what the ALC allows, you can only have it for farm worker housing, and you have to apply through a non-adhering residential use. This is if you wanted a second accessory unit, but they have very strict criteria on how to meet that. So I'm not sure if I answered your question. Sorry.
Well, you've answered the first question, and that if it goes to the Agriculture Committee, I think we will have a robust discussion there for sure. I think the concern is that there's a lot of land not being farmed. And so is this more about housing people, or is it about people growing food for residents in the region? And it's a little contentious in a sense, because the land is there to be farmed and the housing is for those people, for those farmers to support farming. So agriculture. So it'll be interesting, the criteria, and I look forward to the discussion at the Agricultural Committee as well, and their input to bring back.
Yeah, and through the chair, just to clarify, I mean, creating the criteria and guidelines for a temporary use permit does not need to happen now. That's not something that's expected to happen before the end of the year. Council can choose to do that and direct staff to do that, but it's not something that that these draft policies are requiring, I guess. But yes, the Ag Committee will be a very important committee to communicate with on this.
Okay, Councillor Shoup and Councillor Gray, then Councillor Epp. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor Little. I, like Councillor Donaldson, I had some misgivings when I saw the first two items about aligning policies with the ALR and TUPs for farm worker housing. But the one thing that I did take some comfort with is a detached secondary suite does have to follow local guidelines and requirements in the land use bylaw. So right now that's 15 meters. So, and that I don't know if I fully understand the concept of home plate, but I'm pretty sure that that 15 meter setback would be in the home plate. So, okay.
Through the chair, yes.
Great. And back to what you were saying, Ms. Johnson, TUPs, it's been a while since we've had discussion about them here at the table, but you can set conditions. And so that's something that, I could see working very well. So.
Yeah, and through the chair, it's those conditions. So if someone comes in for an application, if they don't meet the criteria, then the recommendation is going to be not to support it. And then council, it'll be brought forward to council and follow the criteria as well. Or whether the process is, you can't even apply because you don't meet the criteria. It's something that would have to be discussed further.
Okay. Great. I would echo what Councillor Donaldson is saying, is it would be great to send it to the Ag Committee. These folks have been thinking about housing and farming matters for a long time. So one big thing, I confess to liking the inclusion of the Abbey Field style residence. That brings to mind, though, in terms of how we manage septic, yes, but water limitations as well. And again, where I'm at in the uplands area, there's a chronic, where our wells are always running dry in the summer. Any thoughts on how that might factor into what we do next with the options you've laid out?
Through the chair, servicing would be, for these types of units, they would need to be in an area that could be serviced. So it would need to meet the water requirements and the septic requirements. And that's something that due diligence can be done beforehand, or it's something that's done through the permitting process.
Just one final thing. we've had a little bit of exposure to proof of water policies, proof of water in the bylaw, so that might be something we build in and as a companion to this. So, but, thank you very much. Well,
Councillor Gray.
Great, thank you. Thanks very much through the chair to our planner for the work that's been done here. I wonder if just in terms of process, we might stick with one topic like the farms and then jump to the next one so we can hear what everybody's thinking about each topic. That would help just to sort of follow the conversation, not taking away from the comments about the Abbey field, but yeah, looking at the farm changes, I just didn't understand fully how many dwellings. Are we up to 4 dwellings on agricultural land with a request, or is 3 the maximum?
Through the chair, 3. That's the principal dwelling, secondary suite within the principal dwelling, and a detached accessory building that's limited in size.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And then you have aligning housing with the Agricultural Land Commission rules, and then a second option is the temporary use permit, and they're 2 different approaches.
Through the chair, yes, they are different because the temporary use permit option is very specific to farm worker housing. The aligning with the ALC is just meeting various housing needs and just aligning with the ALC legislation. And it may or may not help a farmer with farm worker housing, because if that farmer decides to use their accessory dwelling unit for farm worker housing and their secondary suite for their family, then that works for them.
Thank you. That was going to be the question I was going to ask, which was that it seems like option 1, aligning housing with the Agricultural Land Commission, doesn't actually meet the need that we're talking about in terms of farm workers, or it could or it couldn't, depending on how it's used. Whereas the use of temporary use permits fits that particular request that we're trying to meet.
Yeah, sorry, and through the chair, the first option for aligning with the ALC is only for ALR land. And so there's land out there that's non-ALR, and so it's providing options for those who might have farm worker housing needs outside of their maximum 1 accessory dwelling unit.
Thanks. And then I just had one other question. Reading the document about the ALC rules, is there a minimum size property that the 3 dwellings can go on? For example, could it work on a 3-acre property, or is
Through the chair, it would have to meet the minimum lot size for servicing. So in our bylaw, we have 0.8 hectares. Province recommends 1 hectare under the sewerage regulations.
1 hectare. Thank you.
Councillor Epp.
I don't have anything new on agriculture. Wanted to thank you for the amazingly comprehensive report. It's been a huge amount of work, and I think it's really great because it addresses a lot of things that have kind of been bandied around for a long time and gives us a direction moving forward. As far as the stakeholders, I think input from all our advisory groups would be great, as well as the HIC group, because they've done a lot of work on this too. Yeah, that's all. I just think it's. Oh, one thing I did want to mention is the part about possibility about subdividing for a relative. Before Metchosin allowed detached suites, secondary suites, there was at one point a time when you could build another dwelling for a relative. However, it seemed like a great idea at the time, but then the abuse happened really quickly, and then the next thing you know, there's 2 different families living in those houses, and then subdivision followed. So it really didn't work out. Like, I don't know if you had actually allowed that subdivision for a family, like what happens when the family is no longer in existence. It just doesn't really address that. So that would be one area of concern. Otherwise, I really appreciate all the options that we're going to be looking at down the road. Thank you.
I just had a couple of questions to Ms. Johnson. So I like the idea of aligning the housing with the Agricultural Land Commission for ALR land. Can we not set criteria and conditions within that? So align them with the ALC, but also state that that the third dwelling was for farm workers.
Through the chair. In terms of the municipalities are allowed to provide more criteria or regulations on ALR land as long as they're not contradicting the ALC legislation. So we can, for example, further restrict housing size. We can look at housing locations. So this is where the 15-meter separation is. But in terms of allowing more than what's allowed, or like we do now, specifying that what is allowed is restricted to farm worker housing, both of those contradict the ALC and they wouldn't allow that to move forward.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I'm just wondering about the practicality of the TUP, because you would think there'd be a significant investment needed for the housing. And if I was to come and get a TUP, it's its temporary use permit. So it's 3 years and 3 years, or 4 and 4, 3 and 3?
3 and 3.
So it's for 3 years, then it can be renewed for another 3 years. And then so after 6 years, if they've made the investment into the home, what do they do then? They could apply for rezoning.
Yeah, so through the chair, if they are on, so if they're on non-ALR land, it's easier because then they have to apply to rezone, potentially OCP amendment as well. I'm not sure, but yes, they have to go through the avenue of allowing the use and the density on that site specific, or council may look at it generally. But yes, that is the issue with temporary use permits, is that they are not forever.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then the other question that I had regarding expanding diversity of housing in terms of carriage houses, communal seniors within the confines of the rural sensibility, lack of stores, that kind of thing, and tiny homes on foundations. I think we could. I like all of those. I think that would be almost the most impactful for our community in expanding that housing diversity. And then if we could at a later date come back and reassess the movable tiny homes, especially there was quite a bit of debate at the last UBCM meeting regarding the tiny homes on wheels that don't meet BC building code and don't meet the BC building code and something else. CSA, right, sorry. And so we could come back and reassess those. Is there any other kind of a housing diverse option that we should consider in that?
Through the chair, movable tiny homes, I mean, that is sort of on the same line as RVs and
right, okay.
So, but I guess it was previously mentioned looking more at modular CSA A277 and how that works with manufactured homes, CSAs at 240. So yeah, having a closer look at all that as well.
Okay, so we could readdress the tiny homes, not on foundations, movable, the ones that are not CSA, BC building code, and RVs, modular type accommodations at a later date, and move forward on these other options that you've presented.
Yeah, through the chair, I think there's just a lot of discussions happening right now, like at the higher levels, and like UBCM, just about movable tiny homes and, and with on wheels, and really how to regulate them. And I know there are some examples, but yeah, maybe waiting for later when there's kind of a more unified or just sort of a standard approach that maybe local governments can all take be better.
Okay. And then the other question I had was increasing the size flexibility from 70 to 90 meters squares. It's really an addition of an additional bedroom. And then the going up to 120, it's to a third bedroom plus a hallway. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, anybody else? Go ahead, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Mayor Little. Can you please define for me what a carriage house is in contrast to, say, or maybe in line with accessory buildings?
Through the chair, a carriage house is typically a dwelling unit that's combined with an accessory building. So it's a residential use combined with a non-residential use.
So does that look like a house with a garage? You could have a suite over top of it that's attached or detached?
Through the chair, it would be detached from the principal dwelling, because anything that's attached to the principal dwelling becomes part of the principal dwelling. So if you had a garage that was attached to the principal dwelling with a suite above the with a suite somewhere, that's all one principal dwelling. So in order, a carriage house is a building that is separate from your principal dwelling, and it could be a suite above the garage. Most cases, it's above the garage. And you have, the land use bylaw would have criteria and regulations around that. So it would better clarify, the total floor area of the entire building, for example. So, you couldn't have a 200 square meter accessory building and then a 90 square meter suite. It would all have to be within the 200, for example. You would also clarify like the habitable area, and even things like home business use. So there's a lot of sort of regulations that would be attached to carriage house to clarify how it's going to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Just one more question. So I've been following the tiny house movement long before COVID. Our family's quite interested in it, and learned a lot. And so it has also been discussed at UBCM the last few years. There are at least 3 companies now in BC that are building to code. This was reported out at the last UBCM. And one of the interesting things the last 2 years is there's like a task force happening. And so we were at the end of the session that we attended, a couple of us that were there, we'll hear more within the next 2 to 3 years. That is something more solid to work with. So I think that in the future might be better for us to sort of wait. But one of the things that did come out of that was the tiny house on wheels and the tiny house that actually, it's kind of confusing. If it's tiny house on wheels, it has to be attached or anchored to the land. I think that was one of the ones. And then is that the same as a tiny house on a foundation? And then of course the question that we have in our community is, and BC Assessment, as we had a meeting with them as well, these are not accessible through BC Assessment. So that is another concern that we have, because we have a lot of ability to have rentals in our community with detached and secondary suites. And then there's non-compliant ones as well. So we're missing a scope of not having people paying into the tax coffers, but requiring a lot of services, of course, and we would be doing that. So just striking that balance and continuing learning that we are, and specifically the tiny house is evolving, but it's going to take a little bit more time. So I'm hopeful we'll learn more and it'll be easier for us to make some decisions.
Okay. That's okay. Comments are fine. That's what this part is for. Councillor Gray.
Yeah, just dropping back to agriculture again. I wondered, one of the suggestions later in the document is to increase the size of secondary suites that are within a principal dwelling and to 120 meters squared, or 1,292 square feet. And we've heard previously, but it's a long time ago now, that the ALC, or there's some ability for municipalities to limit the size of houses that are put onto ALC property. And I don't recall what that is, but would that limitation, the overall size of the principal dwelling, include the 1,292 square feet?
Through the chair, yes, the 500 square meters is 1,292 square feet. Yeah. No. So the 500 square meters.
The 120. There's a reference here to 120 meters square.
Oh yeah. So on ALR land, if there was going to be a 120 square meter secondary suite, that means the remaining portion of the dwelling it would all have to fit within the 500 square meter ALC regulation. So 500 minus 120, that would mean that the principal dwelling could only be 380.
Thanks, that's helpful.
And the ALC, they aren't permitted to restrict the size of a secondary dwelling. That's left up to the municipality. They're only permitted to restrict the size of a detached.
Very good. And then my second question was just looking at the chart that you've provided us a little bit further on that refers to the agricultural amendments, the Part 3, Section 3.3 and Part 3, Section 3.3. Given the discussion we've had, and if it looked like, well, maybe the temporary use permit was a better direction to go, or maybe not, do we need to include both of these recommendations in our policy? The second policy is quite specific, and I'm wondering if it's needed at this stage. Maybe we're not far enough in discussion to get there, but the first reference is maximum density shall not exceed 1 dwelling unit per lot, except where permitted in land use bylaws. And your notes say we can fix that up later. We'll get to it eventually. The next policy is quite a bit more precise. And I'm wondering, do we need to add that now, or can we just sit with your proposed change at 3.311?
Through the chair, that proposed policy wording, it can be refined and whatnot, but it is good to include, even for agricultural land, that there is support in the OCP for accessory dwelling units, and that's being consistent with the other sections of the OCP, like Part 6 residential.
Great. I guess what I was thinking was, you've kind of put it out to us that, well, we can deal with the ALR question a little bit later once we know a little bit more information, we answer some of the questions. So maybe the amendment we're looking for in the OCP is the simpler of the two, and then leave the other one away, and then we'll come to that whole discussion about the ALC and what's possible, and we'll learn more. Because we also have the request, and I imagine you might be working on it, or it's on your desk somewhere, is that whole idea of getting a look at the ALC recommendations, and there's a home plate siting of dwellings and all that kind of thing. Maybe that would be a good time to nail this down better. Just an idea.
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, if council is looking at aligning the land use bylaw regulations, the densities with the ALC, we do have to make sure that the OCP is allowing for that. Like, there has to be consistency between the two documents. So, you know, having the simpler of the wording is probably better, and then just maybe adding a little bit more simpler wording to clarify about just accessory dwellings.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions at this time? So, yeah.
Well, if we move down to the expand housing diversity, I had a question about the carriage house idea. And I think, or I'm understanding that lots of people are interested in this because they exist already. but I'm wondering about new ones being built and if existing ones were to be legalized. Are we able to maintain the same setbacks as our secondary suite policy currently has? And the idea being that the setbacks as they are for the distance from the main house to the secondary suite, or the location as regards driveways, part of the purpose of that seemed to be to limit future subdivision. And then the other one was, the neighbors having peaceful enjoyment of their properties. And so do you think we could bring in rules that would say if there's going to be a new carriage house, it'll have the same setbacks as our existing secondary suites?
Yes, through the chair, the answer is yes, it would be to maintain the same setbacks as detached secondary suites. A lot of the same regulations for detached secondary suites would apply to carriage houses.
Then I might follow up on the question really on what Councillor Shukin asked about. I really appreciate his question. For the communal seniors housing, so that's the Abbey Field housing, and I guess we have up to 6 residents at the moment, but this would expand it up to, is it 10 or 12 people? Plus a staff person.
10.
And then I noticed in the document, the proposals would be in quite a number of different zones, but perhaps, or would we be in good shape to say, well, it has to be on CRD water?
Through the chair, that could be one of the criteria in the land use bylaw.
Thank you. That's just one of the concerns about that I think Councillor Shukin raised about the aquifers. The other question I had, so there's no reason why it was all those different zones. It was just a first shot.
Through the chair, I mean, I looked at all the different zones, and these were the ones that, one, it wouldn't conflict with the ALR zones, and 2, they allowed other similar, like community care facility, and they're more residential. Yeah, they seem to be the zones that.
Okay. So we could maybe do it a little bit differently and talk about water supply. The other question I had was the tiny homes on foundations. And we heard from resident tonight, Ellen Frisch, about this question. And I'd come to the meeting with a slightly different understanding, which was I didn't see anything in any of our rules, OCP or otherwise, that limits how small you can make a house. So do we really need to make a change, or just welcome that people can have them as small as they like?
Through the chair, that's through the analysis, that's what I found as well. Like there is no regulations that restrict the size. So tiny homes on foundations, or really small homes, are permitted under. It would fit if whatever is on the house. Like if it's a detached, if there's already a principal dwelling and they wanted a really small home as their accessory dwelling, that would be permitted, and it would just have to meet all the other regulations in the building code.
So maybe the phrasing could be something along around smaller homes on foundations are permitted, or as small as you like. Or,
yeah.
And then we heard a neat thing that they come with. There's a possibility for modular homes that are in good shape, so that's good news too. I'm kind of with the others on the tiny homes on wheels. We went to UBCM. There was a report and a discussion on tiny homes on wheels, and my takeaway was, in the not too distant future, there'll be some provincial regulations to help with that. But it seemed to me to be quite a complicated undertaking for a community like ours with such a small staff. So I wouldn't support doing anything about that at the moment until we get further down the path at the provincial level.
I just had a quick question regarding the legalization of existing illegal suites. The only issue with that is we don't know about the sizes. They could be 70, 90, 120. And so it would seem a little bit inequitable to go ahead and legalize all of those suites. A number of them may be 120 if we are currently restricting, you have to get a permit for 90, for instance, or 70. So I'm wondering if it opens up a little bit of a Pandora's box if we make a sweeping legalization of existing legalization of existing illegal suites. I think it's a good idea because we have a lot of them around. I'm just wondering what it is we have all around.
Yeah, I think, the intent of that policy is not to do a sweeping legalization. It's more just to identify or be more proactive and say, hey, we're going to support legalization. We're going to support you in legalization by providing some guides. Here's our building permit requirements. We're also provided a bit more flexibility on housing size with these recent changes. We're now, allowing 90 as opposed to 70 and 20 as opposed to 90. So I think that's more of the intent of the policy, and there will be still suites out there that will not be able to comply, and there could be other options. Maybe they're only 10 square meters over the required, so we can work with them on building permit, can work with them, or they can get a professional to work with them on, like, how do you remove that 10 square meters to fit, for example.
Councillor Shukin.
No, and just on that point you've raised, Mayor Little, I'm wondering, no need to answer this right now, but what incentives will be put forward for people to come forward to do the process, which I think you've identified in terms of going ahead with legalizing. So it's both the incentives and also the consequences of maybe not, that we might have to look at a little bit more. So, but thank you.
Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I share the mayor's concerns and Councillor Shukin's concerns. And we learned when we talked to BC Assessment that they're not prepared to come and do a community-wide look and help us sort out where we have suites and where we don't. I think that was a misapprehension we had. But I'm concerned about the practicality. So let's say you've got an illegal suite and then you say, I want to make it legal. That seems like a high-risk move for someone to make, because it might happen that building inspector would arrive and say, I can't vouch for this, and this was built not legally, so you don't have any permits to show me, you don't have any reference from the electricians to show me, you don't have, and then what happens? Do we tell them to vacate it? Are they required to tear it down? Do you have to remove plumbing and wiring? So they had a functioning suite that they were potentially earning rental income from, and how interesting is it to ask somebody to come and inspect it? We've had a little bit of experience on council here with different circumstance, but the idea of inspecting a building after it's been built, it's not an easy task for the building inspector. So I'm not against the idea. I'm not clear about the practicality. And I guess if we leave it in, I'm a little bit concerned. I think it mirrors perhaps along the lines of what the mayor was saying, is that it's kind of like suggesting this is a great new thing and, step right up, and when maybe it's not a really easy and practical thing to put forward. So I wondered if we might, if we're going to consider this, I'm not opposed to it. I think it'd be wonderful. I'm just not sure we're capable of it. And I guess I'm wondering if we could if we proceed down this, could we see some kind of a pathway or practical ideas? How is that? What actually would happen to somebody if they reported a house and it all went well? What do they need to meet and what don't they need to meet? And what happens if they so-called lose or they don't meet the inspection? Are we going to increase housing? I mean, if we're thinking about the people renting, we'd like places obviously to be up to standard, but we may hit a lot of people here. Well, I suppose they may not come forward. I don't know what will happen. I'm just wondering about the practical nature of it. And if we get a bit of an idea of the pathway, then that might help more community discussion or our discussion.
Yeah, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, through the chair. I mean, I think the first thing that a lot of people wonder about first, if they're like, I have an illegal suite and I want to legalize it potentially, is understanding what the rules are. And so right now the District of Metchosin doesn't have a bulletin, or they don't have laying out like what are the building code requirements for a suite. And so if you were information bulletin, if you were to come in to legalize, this is what we would be looking for. And so just having that available could have somebody decide whether or not they want to pursue legalization, because they could look at that document and say, I don't have a chance here, so I'm not even going to apply. But then you might have others out there who are like, oh, check, yeah, I can meet all these things, and maybe their only one concern was that they just didn't meet the size. You know, they have too big of a suite, but they can meet all those other things. So they were like, okay, I have a chance here. I'm going to apply to legalize my suite. So I think that's the first step, and I think that was the intent of this sort of policy writing here. So I mean, this is just draft wording. It can be refined. It can be removed as well. But I think the point of including it was just to provide more information to those who may wish to legalize through a guide, and then they can choose whether or not they want to. You do raise some valid questions about somebody comes in to apply and they can't legalize. What do we do after? And that would be, a process we'd have to look at.
Okay, so what we're being asked by our planner is to direct staff to proceed with the community engagement and the early stakeholder referrals on the required legislative changes. And more specifically, what we've been talking about is the housing policy options that we wish to explore. So what I suggest is we go through these individually, and you can say, are you interested or not to pursue that? And it'd be better if we go through these one by one, starting with the aligning houses with the Agricultural Land Commission rules. Would that be helpful? Ms. Johnson, yeah. Councillor Schuken,
I'm actually prepared to make the motion right now that we move ahead with all of this, seeking public input on it. And after that, I like all of the ideas that Ms. Johnson has prepared, in as much as I think they would be good to take to the public and get input on.
that would include the movable tiny houses, right?
The non-movable tiny homes.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
not just the non-movable ones that are attached to a foundation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
And again, if somebody comes and says, oh, what a great idea movables are, we can adjust, but
Okay, and which size flexibility are you advocating, or you're just saying, bring it to the public, see what they want, 70, 90, 120, 200?
Yeah, that would be my perspective right now. So,
Okay.
I mean, I'm prepared to make the motion if...
Just the one thing that we haven't talked about, sorry, is the option number 6, subdivide to provide a residence for a relative. This has been a contentious issue in Metchosin, and I personally feel that it would not be a good route for us to go given our past. What does other people think? Councillor Donaldson, then Councillor Gray.
Thank you. In my neighborhood alone, there is a handful. I have a next door neighbor, not who lives there now, but they were part of the original 969. I think it's called 996, and and there was. And it's not just in our community. Actually, about 2 years ago, I did a little bit of research on this because I had some people in the community who have properties that are divided by a road. They're 1 10-acre, 6 acres will be one side and 4 will be on the other side, and they wanted to be able to subdivide it. Planner of the day, we did some work on that, and this is sort of what we were looking at, and it still wasn't doable at that time. So we have several of those types of properties in this community. I just got called about that 2 weeks ago on another property. So those are the ones that I'd like for us to actually have a closer look at, not just 10 acres, but they're just split by a road. And they can't do anything with the other one because now the zoning is an issue. They're not 1 acres, they're bigger. But the 514, just like the other, I do think this is contentious. It's not something that I could support. I don't know how valuable this would be for our community, especially when we have all these other options that we're looking at. When I looked at this when it was in the Municipal Act, which I think has now been taken out of, it's been renamed, there was good reason for it to have been changed. It still, I don't think is easy, but certainly all the other options that we're exploring here check off a lot more boxes for housing for residents in Metchosin, at least. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Gray?
Yeah, I don't support the subdivision to provide residence for relatives either. And that comes from the history that I think Councillor Epp has mentioned a few moments ago, that apparently what happened was this was possible in Metchosin, and circumstances were approved on a number of occasions, and then those properties were sold. So it sounds like we've got experience right here in Metchosin that it didn't work out for us, and we got lots of other things to look at. So I would suggest dropping that one out and dropping out the tiny home on wheels.
Okay, so Councillor, so what would you like to do? Would you like to go through, I would really like to go through each individually before you move your motion, just to see where the feeling is around the table. So let's talk about the first one, which is aligning housing with Agricultural Land Commission rules. Does anybody feel this is of value? I do. I think this is of value to our community. Councillor Gray.
I think too, if we have the Agricultural Advisory Select Committee look at this one, that would help, excuse me, fill out the conversation for us, just to understand the pressures in different directions for the two options.
Okay, that's not what I was asking. They're a stakeholder, so they will be asked. I'm just asking at the table, what are your thoughts? Are you in favor of the aligning the housing with the Agricultural Land Commission or not? Or you want to wait?
So I guess what I was speaking to is I was in favor of leaving it in at this point to get the feedback from the committee. Myself, I think I favor the TUPs, but I recognize the problem there too. So I'm just hearing some more discussion from others would be a help.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to do. Councillor Shukin, Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Epp, what are your thoughts on aligning with the Agricultural Land Commission rules? Yeah, you're in favor of it?
Yeah,
you're in favor of it. And
I'm in favor of it to have further discussion with the community. So I wonder, do we need Ms. Johnson at the podium anymore? Oh, you're okay? Okay.
She's okay.
All good?
She's fine. She'll tell us if she needs to sit down.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move forward on that one. This is for just further discussion. I understand the use of temporary use permits for farm workers. I think this could work because it's not a universal blanket TUP for everybody. You would still have to come for approval, I would imagine, because it's a TUP. But they would have to really understand that it's 3 years, then 3 years, and then you have to do something permanent, right? Okay, so does anybody have any specific comments against this?
No, but I just have a question to the planner, and maybe I've missed it, but what is the purpose of having a temporary use permit if we follow the alignment to the ALC rules? Are we not already addressing that we have farmer housing?
Through the chair, it's to address the farming on non-ALR land.
Oh, I see. That's right. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Gray.
And also, I think the aligning with the Agricultural Land Commission rules means that the third residence could be occupied by someone who's not a farm worker. So we wouldn't be responding necessarily to that issue. But the TUP does help focus that onto farm workers' housing.
Okay, Councillor Epp or Shukin, any comments regarding the TUP option? No? Okay. Expanded housing diversity. So we're talking about carriage houses, communal seniors housing, tiny homes on foundations. Those three in particular. Councillor Gray.
Yeah, just based on discussion, I'd like to, if the description could add in that the carriage houses would have the same setbacks. And then, because I think that's important to all the time that was spent on defining those to get us to where we are on secondary suites. And then the communal senior housing, I did mention being on piped water. I think that's worth mention as well.
Would that also include the tiny homes on foundations having the same setbacks?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments
And I
from
guess
the
we
table?
talked about small homes rather than the word tiny houses because I think it confuses things. And not that you confuse us, but rather the lingo is.
Councillor Donaldson.
So just have another question for the planner with the idea of the Abbey Field model. Are we looking at this as a business, or is this something where a group of seniors will get together and own a house and cohabitate by sharing the various facilities, but having their own separate rooms, or is it more? Is it more than that?
Through the chair, there would be a requirement that it, something like this, must be owned or operated by a nonprofit society, a cooperative, or a registered charity, or otherwise designed for communal living by seniors age. So the last part you said, or a nonprofit or a charity. And you could have other regulations that requires on-site management or oversight. Yeah, you would have very specific regulations on who is to operate it and how it is to operate.
So this would be commercial, and then it would be in a commercial zone.
Through the chair, it would be looked at like a community care facility, which is allowed in all zones. But the land use bylaw and the OCP would take the lens of an Abbey Field dwelling as a type of dwelling that fits within residential, even though it may operate a little bit differently than your typical residential. So this is where having an OCP policy comes in place to allow you to place these in the land use bylaw.
Okay, and so the second part of this for myself, I know this says communal seniors housing, but we do have group homes that operate very similar to that, and it's not age specific.
Yeah, through the chair, an Abbey Field dwelling is not a community care facility. It is operated under the BC Residential Tenancy Branch, so it doesn't qualify under the Community Care and Assisted Living Act. That's why we have to have it as its own use with its own regulations.
Councillor Donaldson, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
Councillor Shukin.
And it was interesting doing some reading about the Abbey Field model. Mm-hmm. And as I was reading it, I believe if you begin to need care, you have to move out. It's not provided that way. And the ones that exist on the island in BC, there's quite a number, as you probably know. Yeah, it sounds like they're operated by societies, nonprofits. So and I believe that there is some oversight as well. Could be wrong. Anyways, we'll get there in time. But
through a nonprofit, you mean?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I saw at some point there was one that had been funded. There was a VHA connection, but I could be wrong. So let's leave it for now. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that there's some interest. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ebb. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do agree with it. I also would like to maintain the movable tiny homes on wheels or trailers. Just I know there are things just so we can keep up to date as things seem to be moving along in that direction, whether we decide to continue with it or not. But I'd like to get the information on it and get the public's comments on it as well.
Okay, so you want to include that for public consultation?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Gray?
Maybe just a question through you to the planner. Is it possible to regulate those at the moment for permanent living in British Columbia?
sorry, through the chair, regulate the Abbey Field models?
No, we're talking now, so we switched over to movable tiny homes on wheels or trailer chassis, suggesting keeping that in as an option, but I'm not aware that they could be regulated at the moment as permanent dwellings.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to regulate them as a dwelling. I mean, I gave the example of AVICC. They did an advisory bulletin. There was a lot of interest for having tiny homes on wheels in AVICC, which is what prompted the advisory bulletin, which said, yes, you could potentially have a tiny home on wheels to live in as a residence, but here's all the, we're going to look at it as a dwelling under the building code. So,
yeah. Okay, so Councillor Epp, you understand that we probably wouldn't be able to move in that direction, but what you're interested in is gauging the public's interest. Is that what you just?
Yeah, and just getting, being able to keep up to date with the information. I just wanted to stay in the picture. That's
okay. Okay.
You mean put it in the OCP?
No, just go ahead with the public engagement and so on, and then we are deciding things. We're not voting to put this in the OCP today.
No, but the purpose was to move to put things in the OCP, and this one sounds like it won't go in the OCP, so I was just curious. We have a lot to talk about with the public, and it seems like a bit of a diversion. Not you're diverting it, but rather if we can't do it.
Well, it's just something I'm interested in. So,
I think it's worth it to include in the public consultation because we may get a significant number of people that say this is really viable for my family, and maybe next year at UBCM we would put forth another motion to advocate for the province to speed up in terms of their BC building codes and CSA specific for tiny homes. If Councillor Epp feels strong about it, I'm willing to support that. Councillor Shukin, go ahead.
So I just want to note that I'm I have deep misgivings about tiny homes on wheels and similarly RVs as well. But I think there's a way of including it, for comment, even if it's to bracket it out and just put the realities down about where things are at with them. But I'm good to keep it as something for public input. But yeah, push comes to shove, I've not heard anything that would have me support this going into the OCP or Valley Basin.
So maybe notes like that can be attached to this item so that it's not attracting a lot of expectations when we can't meet them.
Councillor or Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair, just if it's helpful, there is a proposed objective in the residential part 6 of the OCP that talks about like collaborating with partners and regional bodies and other governments to address various housing needs, but also meeting local housing needs. So, I mean, even though we don't specifically say tiny homes or smaller homes within that, that could fit under that objective for, when we're working with other levels of government and trying to, everyone's sort of coming up with ideas on how you can have tiny homes with wheels, and we can sort of tag along at that time. And, our OCP is talking about exploring that in a sort of roundabout way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes.
Mayor Little, it's my sad duty to move that we extend this meeting on 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Again.
By Councillor Shukin, second by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're going to move past 10. Okay, so the next item is the increased size flexibility for accessory dwelling units. Are we interested in being flexible in the size? Councillor Gray.
I just wondered, good number of people responded to the input saying they didn't want to see any changes at all. And now we're going through a whole variety of changes. My concern with this one is not that it wouldn't be possible, but this seems to argue against affordability. So we know now that people can't rent the places here in Metchosin at the moment because they're too expensive. And now we say we're going to make them bigger. well, that's going to make them less expensive. And so we could be crossing ourselves a little bit. When we had at our last council meeting, we heard that 43% of people in Metchosin are on a living wage. We heard that 27% of people over 65, lots of people living singly. And I'm just curious if the planner has a comment about this sort of collision of increasing size but decreasing affordability. Like, what are we trying to achieve here? Is it wealthy or more well-to-do families that we're going to take them, or who is it who we're going to help out here?
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, that's a great question. And it's important to clarify that affordability looks different for different people. What's affordable to a senior on a fixed income may not be the same as what's affordable to a young family or a single working adult. So the proposed housing policy options, such as increasing the size, it just aims to expand housing choices. And it's not really defining affordability for everyone, but it helps aim to remove some of the barriers that may exist or prevent housing from being affordable for one person or another family in the first place. And so that's why we are looking at enabling a wider range of options and then letting the community or the individuals and the families decide what's affordable and suitable for their own needs. And so, yeah, that's kind of the reason.
But just because the regulation would say 90 doesn't mean you have to build to 90. It's the maximum. Or 120, it's the maximum. But I think what this is getting at is being more flexible with families, because it's very difficult to have a family in a one-bedroom secondary suite. 2 or 3 kids, they drive you crazy. And I think this is what this is trying to do is accommodate different families.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess I'm just concerned that when we read through some of the scenarios that we're hearing about, it sounds like that we're worried about families in the secondary suites, whereas maybe the family could take the big, the multi-generational, take the big home and put the fewer people in the secondary suite. At any rate, I just want to point out we have if affordability crisis is going on, which I believe is what we're actually faced with, and the larger we make the places, the less likely people will be able to move here, and the problem will just continue.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Epp.
Well, I agree with that. My way of looking at it is that there's a lot of seniors in Metchosin, and we've heard from some of them who have families who would like to move into Metchosin, but can't. So if they're allowed to build a bigger suite in the house or as a detached, that would allow other families to come and live on the property with them, I think that would be. I just think that's a really good thing to do. I agree it would be more expensive in some cases, but I think convenience and being able to give family members, whether it's young or old, a decent place to live, because one bedroom is really not big enough for much.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you. When the detached secondary suite and in-house secondary suites working group got together back in 2010, 2012 when it was finalized, there was a lot of debate on this. And fast forward to what we've seen this term in some of the variances that we've visits that we've done through a variance process, and stories that I've heard that people were supporting having these legalized suites, was that as they aged out, they could move into these smaller suites so their family could live in the larger part of the home. And one of the nicer stories that I think has come out so far in one of our site visits was a couple who was looking for the future of aging out, and actually it was just a slight variance. It was an easy decision for us, but aging out in place so that somebody could live in the bigger part of their house, but they also were considering building it with accessibility in mind. And they weren't asking for bigger. So clearly 2 people could live there, but a family could live in the main part of the house. So I think we're meeting the needs. We've got lots of other options, even modular homes and that are part of things. Getting larger, yeah, it all has to be legalized. It all be part of being assessed and that sort of thing. 90 square meters certainly fits very well when we've got lots of other options for affordability. I'm not sure how much we want to cast our net further when we've addressed quite a bit. I don't think we're pushing people to make one choice or the other when there's a plethora of options. And so,
okay, so what I'm hearing is you're interested in being a little bit flexible, but not really flexible.
Well, I think we've already been flexible with all the other.
No, I
things.
meant with this one. So you say 90, but maybe not 120. Is that what you're saying?
I think 90 is sufficient.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. So the others, Councillor Shukin.
Yeah, I whether I agree with Councillor Donaldson or not, I would still like to see it as part of the sort of the consultation process that goes ahead. So,
Councillor F. Yeah. Councillor Gray.
I think I can carry on. I think probably we're just differing between the idea of a multi-generational family, which we suit very well right now, and the idea of housing for families who aren't related, who want a larger, secondary suite that's larger. And then they're 2 different issues, 2 different problems.
Okay, so we'll include this one. Moving on to legalization of existing illegal suites. Do we want to have this one included?
I think this is really important to include. Again, getting insights from community members as to what they think of it, but also some of the nuances as well. And back to what I'd asked Ms. Johnson before about how we might incent people to come forward with wanting to legalize their suite. And again, also what, not so much consequences, but why you would come forward. So yeah, I think it's important to keep this one for sure.
Okay.
From my
Anybody
perspective.
else? Go ahead.
And if we could clarify, we're talking about a bulletin to help people understand it's not an issue of changing much. I think that would be helpful just in the description that people get what we're talking about.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor F.
I think that it's really important. And I think part of it, we need to look into options of putting pressure on people to try to make their suites legal, whether that's by, right now, our way we do it with bylaw doesn't seem to be very effective, and it's something that's coming up forever, pretty much. So whether it's more ticketing, more fees, or finding other creative ways to really make it advantageous for people to come forward to legalize their suites.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think that putting together something like a bulletin that is educational and encourages people to become more legalized for lots of different reasons, safety being one of the forefront ones. Excuse me. How to encourage them to do that? Like Councillor Shukin says, what would be the incentive for it? That'll be all in the presentation and the wording of it. And certainly there is a practical means to this. I believe, at least. So yeah, I'll support this one. I think it's very important for people to be legal and with everyone else.
Okay, that leaves us with the last option: subdivision to provide a residence for a relative. Councillor Gray. I
think given the experience in Metchosin we've had and all the other moves we're making, this one should be stricken from the list.
Councillor Epp.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep. Councillor Shukin. Nope. Councillor Donaldson. Okay, that's unanimous not to consider number 6. Okay, so with that, anything else you need before we make that motion? Nope. Okay. With that, thank you. That very comprehensive report, and thank you for your patience with all of our questions. I appreciate it. Okay, so Councillor Schuppen, do you want to go ahead with that?
Can I, quick question to our Deputy Corporate Officer. Do we need to reflect when we make this motion any of the specific discussion points, or even just say per the discussion on October 6th? Like, and sorry, when I say that, I'm talking about the second element of the motion in terms of like, we're going to drop element 6.
I think
that's
we'll,
really the only one.
We'll make the motion, and then the housing policy options are 1 through 5.
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay?
Yes. Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Okay. Move that Council receive the list of housing policy options and the proposed changes to the District Metchosin official community plan and land use bylaw, and that Council directs staff to proceed with the community engagement and early stakeholder referrals on the required legislative changes and the housing policy options that Council supports further exploring. And I think
options 1 to 5.
Specifically options 1 to 5 prior to preparing any draft bylaw amendments. So moved.
This is moved by Councillor Schuppen, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. More discussion? No? I'll call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, great discussion. Thank you, everybody. Where are we? Here, we're on page 61. This is a report from our CAO, Bob Payette, on invasive species in Metchosin. Next steps. CAO Payette, take it away.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm happy to get this on the agenda. We had been working on it a number of months ago, just hadn't had a chance to get it here. So, ta-da, here it is. And in the interest of time here, I'll just speed read. Everyone had a chance to read the report, but it's a bit of a summary. Invasive species treatment, we work with the Capital Regional District or we contract out. This year we did some contracting out on some items. And we work with CRISP, Capital Region Invasive Species Partnership. Councillor Gray's our member on that committee. Our public works guys are involved and attend some of the meetings online. And we basically follow their lead on information and prioritizing invasive plants. And then in the discussion, we talk about fears of concurrent jurisdiction. So basically, bit of a Venn diagram, but in province regulates invasive species. We can regulate invasive species, but the two meet through the community charter. So we keep an eye on what we can and can't do through the conditions of Section 9, Environment and Wildlife Regulations. So we're well aware of that. We, a few months ago, had a chance to do a bit of dialoguing with our relative municipalities, and my conclusion from the discussions was that and talking to CRD by law enforcement was that the provincial regulations are difficult for us to enforce. On the ground, if our public works notice an invasive species or see something that seems odd, they can call the province, and depending on their availability or the priority of that species, it's a hit or miss kind of thing. We do work with CRD and their staff and get their expertise on how to control or how to eradicate, and they're fairly quick to help. So that works out well. On private property, there we do have a bit of a process with the CRD in terms of sending letters to private property that the CRD has noticed invasive species around parks or whatever, and we'll try and get compliance through that mechanism. CRD bylaw is favorable to some language in our bylaws that would give them some authority to educate and get compliance. So that would be a positive move. I'm a little surprised that the municipality doesn't already have some form of language in a bylaw for this. So just my own personal observation there. I think it's timely. Option one is my recommendation. We can fairly quickly include language in the good neighbor bylaw. So it will be under 10, section 10 and subsection E, which is in your report, the language we could use. And CRD bylaw would says that's sufficient for them to act on that. And if there is a complaint, so we did have a resident bring this forward to council a number of months ago, and I thought it would be timely for staff to include it in that forthcoming bylaw. It could be done quickly, and if council wanted to in the future to focus some funding on an overall bylaw, we can do that, but that's going to take a bit of time. All yours.
Okay, thank you. Council, questions? Go ahead, Councillor Shukin.
So thanks you to Mr. Payette for bringing this forward, and also to Kathy Atherton as well for kickstarting this and identifying gorse as a serious problem. I actually had a chance to speak to Ms. Atherton today, and she did mention that there are grants available for full-on gorse removal through, I'm forgetting the agency she mentioned, but those grants are available, whether for individual landowners or to support municipal action. But speaking from my own perspective, I am in favor of moving ahead with something in terms of a bylaw, and I like the idea of putting this provision as indicated in the Good Neighbor bylaw. So.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Donaldson?
I just have a question. So this is an invasive species that we're talking about, but we're also talking about gorse. So are we including all invasive species, or are we just focusing on gorse?
It's all invasive species.
Okay.
Knotweed, tansy wort, others, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And sorry if I could, just in terms of the list that's identified in the species of concurrent jurisdiction. So I forget what page it's on there, but
it's quite extensive.
Yeah. Page 79.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
No,
okay?
that's I wanted to be all inclusive.
Yep.
Thanks.
Councillor Gray.
Yes, and it may also, I think when the bylaw gets written, it might also reference the a Weed Control Act. I'm not sure if the lists are kept both together, but there's another piece of legislation that our lawyers will know about. The question I had was, or I'm going to support the recommendation of the CAO as well. I had really two questions. One was, what's happened this year in terms of, I'm thinking about money here. The note says that we hired a contractor to work with staff and treatment of invasive species this year. And I'm wondering, did we spend any money on that this year? And if so, what were we facing? Through the chair.
Mr. Payette. Did we
I'm not
hire
aware
anybody?
of how much money was spent on that. It's not a whole chunk. I don't recall it being very expensive. It's in the hundreds, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And
do we recall what was treated?
I do not, but I can get that information.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Donaldson.
I'm just wondering if, because when I'm looking at the list, one of the things that sparked my curiosity, and having come back from UBC, I'm wanting to speak about the rabbit invasion. I'm just wondering if that is one of the invasive species that we did invest significant sums of money, and they're right here. These these vertebrates are not necessarily, well, the European rabbit is the one that we've been dealing with. So we did invest significant money for that invasive.
I think, in all honesty, I think this was regarding noxious weeds or vegetative, not vegetative species that are non-native, as opposed to mammalian species.
So back to my original question then is what is going to be included besides gorse? And if we look at this extensive list, it does have the bullfrogs and those sorts of things. So those are those all going to be part of this invasive species?
Well, are bullfrogs and rabbits going to be part of this good neighbor bylaw or another bylaw?
Is it just vegetation?
Is this vegetation?
Well, this
or
was geared
others?
towards vegetation primarily.
Okay.
So
this is just for
I don't know about the
vegetation.
rabbits.
Okay. So that would be something we would need to clarify then, because if we're looking at this page 79 to 81 with that list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But keeping in mind that the bullfrog and the rabbit is more of a sub-regional issue. It's not necessarily only in one person's backyard, right?
I guess
Just
that's
plants.
interpretation because it is becoming very invasive.
Okay.
That is how it was presented at UBC as well.
Okay.
Yeah, or at least what I read in the resolution.
Okay. Councillor Gray.
Maybe we could resolve that when the motion is made to say invasive plant species in Metchosin. I had a question though. There's a point here about financial implications, and so I'm just wondering. The note says we may wish to consider allocating additional funds. So to operationalize this, what kind of funds might be needed, or would we see that in the budget? I guess.
Through the chair, I think the additional funds would be if we went with option one for now, and then if we decided the council wanted to have a more robust bylaw in the future, we would need some funds to ramp up a more robust bylaw. That's what that's about.
Councillor Shukin.
I would think in terms of funds for the option of putting this in the good neighbor bylaw, it would be bylaw related expenses, but the ultimate goal is to compel the landowner to take action. And if the problem is so bad, maybe there's a remedial action requirement that's possible with expenses to be taken as appropriate, but it is to make have the landowner take action where appropriate. So, yeah.
Right. Okay. Councillor Gray.
Happy to make the motion if you like.
Okay.
That council provide direction to staff on regulating plants identified as alien invasive species identified in the schedule to the spheres of concurrent jurisdiction, environmental and wildlife regulation through an amendment to the Good Neighbor bylaw to regulate alien invasive plant species in Metchosin.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Shukin, just with the same wording here, except for in a invasive plant species was added. Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Any other comments? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. Thank you, everybody. Moving right along to our reports for information. First of all, we have the 2026-2030 budget meeting schedule. Page 83. No, Mr. Creek is here. He's been waiting all night to do this.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you, Mayor and Council. You can certainly move to receipt. We're just going to get off to the budget meeting starting on October 23rd. Hopefully wrap up by December 4th. There's a couple items outstanding that might not be complete by then, and then we'll just kind of pick those up in the new year. The QP agreement negotiations are supposed to start November 25th, 26th. We'll see if that occurs. And then ECOM 911 agreement, they've given us an estimate, but we're supposed to get a final number from them from their budget in December. And then West Shore Parks and Rec, they're finalizing their annual budget and capital requests. And then also the fire hall, the fire chief is looking into quotes to get the health and safety all up to snuff. Seeing the work on the roof there. I think that is about it. We'll look into holding an open house in either January or February. Once we got a lot of numbers figured out, probably do it here. And then if anybody has any questions, feel free to call, email, come down to the office, whatever. Happy to answer.
Okay. So with those 4 dates, put them in your calendars and pass the word around. Anything else? Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, just to say that I notified them and I was away on the first of the dates, but I'll do my best to call in, depending on cell coverage.
Okay. Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, I just wanted to know that we're getting quotes on the roof. So will we be also, what will be the financial implications for maintaining the, addressing the rodent issue as well as any mold that may be in the building? Are we taking the mold out, or are we okay with how things are now, or where are we with that?
Through the chair. Good question. The rodents are going to be like just a monthly expense, similar to what's happening at the school. We pay $130 a month to work in. We'll be doing that with the fire hall. We had to pay, I think it was about $6,000 for them to come in there, clean up all the stuff the rats left behind and the rats that were in there. And then the mold, I think she's just working on getting those quotes. So either it'll be done late this year or it'll be happening early next year. So see.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, move receipt. Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And next we have another report from Mr. Creek regarding the third quarter financial report. Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you again, through the chair. So we're now through the third quarter. This report is based on information I had by September 26th. There might be a few more expenses that'll pop in, but just the timeline I had. So based on revenue, everything's looking pretty good. Our building permit revenues well above budget. School rental revenues also well above budget. Interest incomes were coming in pretty good, although they did start the rate cuts, so that's going to start hitting our pocketbook there. The federal payment in lieu came in. That was above budget, which was great, but still a little bit lower than what BC assessment assessed. The only thing that come up is the utility revenues, like the 1% that we get from BC Hydro, Fortis, Telus, Shaw, that type of thing. They've all been below budget, so adjusting for that going forward. Expenses, nothing significant for council. Everything's kind of in line with expectations. Administration, we're still awaiting that negotiated collective agreement, as I said earlier. The IT agreement was negotiated to a lower monthly fee, saving $1,700 a month. We didn't have a tax sale this year, so we got to save some money for advertising there. And policing costs are lower than budgeted right now. We were using up a bunch of accruals that were put into the books in previous years, but costs are increasing quite a bit in 2026. Preview of the budget, we're looking at like a 30% hike in costs. So we're going to be using up more of the reserve. Didn't have to use a lot this year. Going to be able to, we'll have to use quite a bit next year in order to keep the taxes low. Fire department, they had a short deployment over to Dashwood. That resulted in some costs, but also offsetting revenue. Just waiting on BC Wildfire to pay the invoices. And then building repair costs, as mentioned there, the rack cleanup and the roofing, along with first responder supplies and equipment and the firefighting equipment. Planning, not a whole lot going on there. The housing initiative, which the planner presented on here, costs are up there, but we've got the offsetting grant revenue to cover those. Contracting expenses are over budget, but they are offset by that related permit revenue that we've been receiving, well over budget. And then the legal and advertising costs are up due to statutory notice requirements and receiving a lot of legal advice on the planning work that's being done. Building inspection, nothing big there. Same thing with bylaw, everything's churning along there. Then public works, spent a lot more on shouldering than was budgeted due to the prep work for the paving and the culverts on Lindholm and Briarwood. So I'm going to be speaking with Public Works about the asset management for roads for 2026, seeing if they need to do any additional prep work on shoulders for those roads. Staff will be going up to check on that. And then the school, nothing big. Again, revenues are good. People are renting out the gym, classrooms. Overall, everything's looking pretty good. Yeah, capital. So all the road work, Lindholm, Metchosin, Briarwood, Crescent, they're all completed. Tiny amount over budget, additional gravel work on those shoulders. The Weir Beach stairs, they've been repaired and replaced by Public Works. And fire department, they purchased some new hoses, tested them out, they all work. The community house parking lot over there, new concrete pad was poured, and I believe it's now good for use. That's paid for by our Spark BC grant. And then in progress, the Juan Fuca Water Commission is working on the bulk water station. They've started the engineering for the project, and we're well on our way to installation in 2026. And then, as everybody might have seen, fire hall roof is being repaired. Hopefully prevents more leaks from taking out more of the ceiling tiles. That thing's been leaking like a sieve. Looking ahead, as we turn to fall, probably an uptick in utility costs. Hopefully we can avoid any early storms, prevent the cleanup costs, and then avoid thing I don't want to say, and then we'll be all right. For budget, stay under budget, have a nice little surplus this year. It's not going to be what we had last year, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you're sitting. And again, budget meetings start on the 23rd. Any questions at the moment?
No. Councillor Donaldson.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Creek. For the Weirs Beach stairs and the community house parking, Public Works, they worked on both those projects?
Through the chair. They worked on the stairs. I don't believe they did much for the parking lot. I believe we had a contract for that one.
Okay. So for both of those projects, there were costs of labor also taken into account for the budget for that?
Through the chair? Correct. Yeah.
So
concrete and the...
So Spark covered everything, all labor costs with contractor and the gravel feathering that the Public Works did as well.
I'll have to check through the chair. I'll have to check on it. We haven't actually received the invoices for the concrete pad yet, so I don't know if it's going to exceed what we had available. But...
So did we put that out to tender for a quote?
Nope. Just with the estimated cost was lower than what we require for a project like that. It was less than $50,000.
Okay. I know we only had a certain amount, so I was. Hopefully, we stayed under the 10,000 because I think that's all that's left for the grant. Correct?
Your chair. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, Councillor Gray.
Do we have a cost of the final cost on the Weirs Beach stairs?
Through the chair. We've got most of them. When I was speaking with accounts payable payroll, it looked like there was a few more on a recent, on the last payroll intake. So there's still more labor costs, but the material costs were about $9,000. About 9,000. I think it was like 93.
Thanks. I guess that was quite a cost overrun in the end. 4,009 is it's almost double the price that we had budgeted for that. I wondered, the other question was, what percentage of the, or, and this may not be answerable, the percentage of the gym rental is pickleball? Are they kind of the grand majority, or?
Through the chair. Yeah, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but if I want to take a random stab at that, 75%.
Thank you. The other thing was, you mentioned the first responder and firefighting equipment costs that were higher than budget. Were they unexpected costs, or just that the prices were higher than we had anticipated?
Through your chair. The first responder supplies, definitely higher than budgeted, but that's just based on the supplies for medical. Like, again, I think there was something like 700 and a few calls that we've received so far through the year, and 400 and something of them were medical calls. So they're just going through medical supplies like there's no tomorrow, unfortunately. And then the firefighting equipment, again, the turnout codes type of thing, just cost too high. So that's something we're going to have to look at again for 2026.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Epp.
A couple questions. Where is the bulk water station going?
Through the chair. At the corner of William Head and something. There's a bit of a turnout.
So
almost
right, William Head and Lombard there, that space.
I believe so, correct.
Okay, that's good. Also, I was wondering about the road work, because we had voted to add space for a bike path on the top of Metchosin Road, and in place of paving Tiswald. So that proved to be too costly, so it wasn't done. But Tiswald was not paved either. So the fact that the road work is actually over budget seems like something sort of went wrong in the works there as far as the estimates, because all we have is sort of two kind of rough potholes fixed on Tiswald. So that was about $150-some thousand, I think, in there.
So through the chair, with Tiswald, it would have bumped us over the $800,000 mark. And so when I'm referring to the job going over budget, when we put out to tender the road work itself, what they gave us as a quote originally, they went over that amount. So that we're still under budget on the year, where we spent $646,000 when originally we had budgeted $800,000. So we went over based on their tender, but not over on the actual budget that council had approved. So that we didn't get Tiswald in there, but we didn't spend the entire capital budget of road work.
I see. So what you're saying is they went over budget on Lindholm, Metchosin, and Briarwood Crescent, but not on those projects. They went over 3%, about 3% over.
Through chair, correct. Yeah, most of it was related to Lindholm, but apparently there was Court of Public Works. It was a big drop off from pavement to shoulder, and that's where they had to pour extra gravel.
So Mr. Creek wasn't referring to our overall paving budget for this year in terms of the 3% over.
So it could have been paved then.
Through chair, possibly, depending on the cost. I'm not entirely sure of what that original quote was to do the additional bike lane on it.
It was exorbitant. It was about 400,000 or something. Yeah, it was an incredible amount of money.
Through chair, yeah, that would definitely send us way over.
Well, I think the engineers were talking about a complete bike lane rather than just adding extra space like we did on Rocky Point Road. But anyway, I was just curious about that.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I'm wondering through the chair, Mr. Creek, how we get to it. But I know at the end of the budget we'll have a 5-year plan written up. But given the discussions we've had about the fire hall and the various different revenue sources and possible taxes and everything, I'm wondering about the possibility of laying out kind of with the information we have now, where the cost pressures are going to be in the next 5 years. I don't want to disrupt the budgeting process, but I'm thinking it would be helpful for us to have some idea of that, like just an exercise of what costs are coming when that we know about, and then how we're going to build in, say, the operating costs and the or expected operating costs and expected challenges.
Through the chair. So it's hard to predict that type of future for you. It's kind of why we do a 5-year plan and then just revise the 5-year plan every year. So it's like what I had presented for the 2025 through 2029 has changed quite a bit for 2026 through 2030. So we get a pretty good, much better idea going forward. The big one that I've found so far for 2026 2030 is the RCMP costs. And so those have gone up significantly with them finally getting up to the point of we're now paying, it's almost 5 officers now. So we're just below that. It's like 4.81 out of 5. But what they are now paying those officers, along with their equipment and everything else, has driven that up almost an extra $200,000. And so we're looking at almost $380,000 versus last year's budget was expecting a $100,000 increase. The next big one's up again would be capital, and then so we're like, we'll have that laid out and kind of show the impact on the reserves over the next 5 years, and it gets a little more troublesome where it's like we run out of money with the fire reserve, and you have to draw down on our general capital reserve to help fund these things. But the big one will be that fire hall.
Yeah, and I guess I was thinking that the $690,000 increase on operating costs for the fire hall, if we go with the option 1A, and then the idea of a $3 million annual funding gap for our reserves, I think we confirmed that would be 100% tax increase. So I'm just trying to, as we go into the budget, I'm anxious that we don't kind of knee-jerk cut things because we say, oh my gosh, we're in trouble, without actually having an overarching look at it. So we say, gee, the asset replacement, it's going to cost this much, and this is our plan there, and the new operating costs, we'd find that here or there. Just because otherwise I fear that we're going to get into the budget and start, if you will, slashing and burning because we're worried about what's coming without actually having a sense of it. So something to help us figure that out would be a really big help.
Yeah. So through the chair, like you mentioned, the $3 million infrastructure deficit, it's a big number, and it's something that Metchosin itself is not going to be able to tackle in the next 1, 5, 10, 20 years. That is a long-term idea. That $3 million is based on kind of gold standard of an asset management plan being 100 years. So I say we need $3 million a year. That's $3 million a year averaged over 100 years. So we're going to be picking away at that. Like again, and as you mentioned, I think during the last budget go around, it's like let's do 1%, right? Let's add 1% every year. We'll start stocking away. There will be delays in asset replacement because the funds aren't going to be there when the costs come up, just like the fire hall, right? Where you think you're hoping for $3 million, $5 million turns into, hey, now we're at $20 million. If we can trim down the scope of it, turn it into 10. If anybody read in the news, just like the wastewater plant over in Vancouver there, where they came out with a $10 billion budget. Now they're saying this is unsustainable. We can't afford this right now. Over the next 15 years, we're going to drive that down to 6.9 or maybe 6.1. But they're like, we still need all those things. We're just doing this now to save because we can't afford it. But they're going to do the full expansion over time. It's just going to cost them even more money because they're not doing it all at once. So it's like their $10 billion project is going to turn into a $15, $20 billion project because of the delays. Where they're like, we're not going to do this until 2050 now, rather than just doing it all at once. And so that's where we're kind of at work. Okay, if we just do the admin building, maybe we can pull that off for, pull a number out of my head, $10 million. Well, we need to actually go replace that apparatus bay that goes from being that $3 million seismic upgrade to who knows what, 10 million, $20 million in the future because of labor costs, materials, new building codes, that type of thing. So we'll lay it out, but the idea of the other number they brought up, the $690,000 operating costs for the new fire hall, if it was $21 million, $500,000 of that is just related to the amortization of the building itself for the future replacement of it. So even that one, if the replacement gets dribbled down to just the administration, it's going to be not even half of that amount.
Understood.
And so we'll save money that way.
Yeah, there's less expensive options for the fire hall for sure. I guess it's just the idea, if you can help us, I'm just sort of a plea as we get into the budget to be clearer about what we're facing so that we can make good judgments on the dollars, because I fear we've got it in our minds now that we need to cut. And is that what we should be doing? And anyway, if you could set the stage for us as regards some of the numbers you've given us and explaining it maybe in written, that some of these things are needed right away, some are needed later, just to get a sense. There's quite a list of things, cost pressures that would be good to know about as we get into the budget rather than at the end. But it's just, we can carry on a conversation about that, I think.
Yeah, and through the chair. So as when I met with Councillor Donaldson, when we were originally talking about this upcoming budget meeting, I kind of gave her my first draft of what was going on with the report. We went through, here's the revenues, here's the expenses. What can you possibly cut? Like, we can't do anything about policing. We really shouldn't do anything with amortization. And right there, that's more than a third of your entire budget. Public works, like there's some, you can reduce kind of the service level a bit, but with the way Metchosin has been operated over the last basically 40 years, whereas like everything's kind of been done at the bare bones level, there's not a lot of room to cut, right? Like you can certainly trim my roll back to the contractor, where you go from what you're paying me down to, again, 40, 50,000, but there's so little to,
I don't disagree,
to save money.
Mayor Little.
Councillor Shukin.
Sorry, it's almost 11:15. We still have agenda items and we have time. So yeah, there's more time for Mr. Creek to enlighten us on the way forward. But thank you very much. I mean, that's, yeah.
Does anybody else have any urgent questions? Okay, thank you very much for this report. Yeah, and actually thank you for these reports in general, quarterly reports. We've never received them in past councils, so thank you. Yeah.
Just move that we receive this report for information, and I'd like to thank Mr. Creek for the report as well. It's very thorough.
Moved by Councillor Donaldson, second by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we've got the active transportation grant, BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Program, and Metchosin Village Center improvements update. Mr. Payette. So we're on page 137.
137. Through the chair, this has been changed to for information because the grant has been postponed till further notice. Boo-hoo. So I guess I can just say that we, we worked with Urban Systems for a long time on this. They've produced a conceptual plan for option A. If you haven't had a chance to review it, or if it's not big enough or whatever, let us know. We wanted to get this approved by council to get the grant application in, but we do not have to do that yet. So this is just provided for information, and we'll keep you posted on next steps. Councillor Epp, was there anything else?
Just that, well, it is a disappointment for sure. I guess we'll see what happens. Say it's going to be reviewed later this fall, so we'll know. But one, that it is really a good thing to have this plan in place, because the big infrastructure grant isn't the only grants that are out there. There are others even smaller. We can pick small parts of this plan to kind of start with, and look toward ICBC or look to the Vision Zero grants that are available for, for smaller amounts. We might be able to start putting some of that in place, little by little. And and it's also because to get the grants when they do come up, and I know there's Canadian infrastructure grants as well. So, but to be able to apply for these grants, it's really important to have a plan like this to back up the applications, and that's it really makes a huge difference in actually being successful.
Okay. Are you finished?
I'll move receipt.
This is moved by Councillor Epp, second by Councillor Donaldson. Councillor Gray?
Just wanted to say, I think this, if the cost is correct, this would have cost, we get a grant for a portion of the fund, but we've been left with a $92,000 cost to implement this plan according to the notes. And I guess I just want to register, I think a number of the changes here are unworkable. And I look forward to if we do discuss them. I think there's lots of concerns what's laid out here, but I do appreciate having the plan. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I'll just comment a little bit further that we shouldn't really shelve this project. I can talk to our urban systems before the budget, and if, like Councillor Gray said, if we can start working on tweaking the concept plan a little bit next year with some budget money, maybe we can just keep it hot that way. How does that sound, Council?
And so it's ready, as Councillor Epp says, then it's ready to go when we do identify the grant or a portion of the grant.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sorry, that's to put it as an agenda item and discuss it?
Yeah, that's what you're suggesting. Yeah, we'll put it again and on the agenda for discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let's move. Did we call the question? I think we did. All in favor? Yes, we're all in favor. And then let's move on to the correspondence for action. We've got a note from Ben Geselbracht, the president of the AVICC 2026 AVICC and AGM convention that will be held in Victoria. And this is, they're asking for either money, of course everybody always wants money, but in kind. So they did thank us for the agricultural tour opportunity from last year, but they are also asking us to participate in recommending sessions or tours, local entertainment, volunteer opportunities for local government employees, and showcasing your communities. So perhaps if you have any of these items, bring them forward and we can send them in before October 10th. So we've got 4 more days. I don't think we have any money in our budget for the AVICC. Yes, Councillor Gray.
I have no idea if it would be appealing, but one of the requests is volunteer opportunities for staff, and I wonder if any of our staff are interested in participating in the conference itself. It's kind of a interesting and different experience, and that would be one way of contributing. But I would only suggest that if the CAO thought it was a good idea.
Yeah, I did mention that was providing volunteer opportunities for local government employees. Yeah, yeah, we'll leave that to CAO.
Move receipt.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, second by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have a note from Mr. Fullerton of Metchosin requesting waive of fees for using the kitchen for a soup kitchen. Councillor Donaldson or Shukin.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Little. I'm open to waiving the fees for the Metchosin Community Association. I was talking with Al, I'm sorry, I forget his last name, and he was talking about the number of times they've actually used the soup that they've cooked over time and the benefits of having that. They're not doing it for any level of profit, as I can tell. What's challenging, though, with this request is Mr. Fullerton hasn't specified a date or how long they would rent. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we might just be open to it if we are collectively, and then just ask for him to be more specific on dates. So,
okay,
that's my
yeah
perspective.
Councillor Epp, do you know anything more with the Metchosin Seniors Association?
And well, it's a combo of the seniors and the community association, mostly that group. They've made nearly 300 servings of soup in just over a year. And it's really great because they get a lot of donated material for the soup, ingredients, you say, from the local farming community, and make very healthy, just healthy batches of usually a couple of different kinds each time, and then it's just by donation. So, and it's really been quite a good service, especially for the older members of the community who can, they've just gone, like they've all just gone to people. So it's something that people are starting to depend on. And as far as dates, I think they don't, they just kind of figure, okay, it's when the soup's gone, then they arrange to make it. I mean, it's not a lot of occasions, and I think they just kind of do it in a day, right? And so it just seemed like it was such a really neat community service that people have taken on themselves to do. So I really hope we can support them, and then they can just book the kitchen as they need it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Councillor Gray.
I certainly like the idea of supporting the soup making at the school. I'm just concerned that we had a kind of issue built up about the use of the gym without paying for it, and fuss and bother, and we've lost some volunteers as a result. And I just wonder, what's our policy? How are we framing this vis-a-vis, say, MACA's use, or the anyone really? What's the underlying thing here? Now, one thing might be it's a needed service, so it's something that the community is using, but I'm just anxious we're going to get a lot of, or presumably, requests for not paying for facilities from other groups. I'm in favor of it. I'm just asking, how do we tackle it?
Councillor Shukin.
To Councillor Gray's point, the issue that we encountered last year was lack of clarity on the fees for the market. And I think there was hope that the winter market they might waive the fees. But the one thing I would say in that case, though, is it is a market. There's an exchange of money going on. There's a possibility of making money, and therefore there's a possibility of paying fees as well. So I think the two are quite different, and especially we know these community groups, and we know that they're pretty directed toward seniors. So I recognize there might be some concern, but I don't have an issue with justifying this one.
Councillor Epp, the kitchen at the Metchosin Community House is not sufficient for them to use, or they just want to use both?
Well, it is sufficient, but it's a busy place, and so they can't always book a time to use it.
I see.
And I think they have been. It's more that it's just, I'm sure they might go between the two of them. I'm not really sure, but it's mostly just to give them the option if they need it. And that the kitchen is really not being used. And I think it's just kind of to get it going, and to we wanted that building as a community service, and I think this is a really nice one to do that.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity to see work out the kinks in the kitchen. And do they have spatulas? Probably not. I think it would be great to let them have it. It doesn't sound to me, from the way that Mr. Fullerton outlined the letter, that this was going to be a once a month thing. It sounds like it's going to be twice a year, maybe. No. Okay. So what would you recommend?
I'll make a motion that we waive the fees for the soup group. They're calling themselves Soup Kitchen. Oh, I'm sorry.
Were you going to say
that's okay? So you can do the second. We'll have some discussion.
Yeah.
I had a couple questions. One, so is it by donation, or is there a fee? I've heard from different people in the community that they're paying for soup, unless there's a couple different soup things happening. I'm not sure.
Well, Councillor Epp said that it was by donation. So you go there and have a bowl of soup. You pay by donation. If you want to take some away, it's by donation.
Okay, and that money goes where?
They keep it. Well, they just put it back into making more soup. They they freeze it. So they have it in the freezer for people that come in. But it is, they suggest $5, but it is a donation.
I'd be cautious as well as to how, when it grows, because I suspect it will, soup and these sorts of things do become very popular, that we monitor how that is managed so that we don't get into a situation like the market. It's not just about making money, but we do have a building there that still needs to be paid for, and we are subsidizing it. So we have, both of them are food safe certified kitchens. So if we have to manage better at MCH as to accessing the kitchen when it's not so busy, because it is a hub of activity, or finding a day of the week and scheduling it. I just would like us to monitor it so it doesn't grow into something that's we could rent that space, because that's what it's for. But,
okay.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Payette, how are we going to monitor that? Will Mr. Creek be notified when they're wanting to use it? The fire chief, yeah. And so we'll try not to let it get out of hand. I can't imagine them ramping it up. It's a lot of work. So, Councillor Gray.
So I was suggesting that we have some criteria to use, and so I'm going to vote in favor of this on the basis that no money is being made and that it's a community service.
Well, money is being made.
No, I understood to be cost recovery.
Oh, okay. Well. Mr. Payette.
Thank you, Chair. So, I mean, the dilemma is that we have a nonprofit rate for facility fees. And so, the problem is that other nonprofits will kind of question why they have to pay. I mean, I don't disagree with the value of what we're talking about, but it's just in the future, like Councillor Gray saying, how do we manage this from a council perspective? And personally, I haven't talked to CFO Creek about this, but over the course of the year, some things do come up that deserve council's attention, right? Like this. This is an interesting scenario. And I would prefer that we didn't show a free hour in the facility. It doesn't really make sense to me. I would prefer that that our fee is accounted for, so that we have good business practices in our facility. And if council drew money from their annual grant availability, like if they set aside a portion that is special to a council deliberation on the need or the value or whatever, then I think the public would understand that. There's always these one-off things. And it would be a lot more understandable than us giving a free hour in the facility to a nonprofit when we charge other nonprofits. I just want to try and keep it all fair. And so if that makes sense to you, I prefer that we would account for that space by paying for it from potentially a small portion of council's grant every year. Say, I don't know what it is, maybe it's 500 or 1,000, but it gives you a little bit of wiggle room for some of these instances that come up where you really want to help out and do the right thing.
Okay. Councillor Donaldson.
Yeah, so on the mention of grant, I'm reminded that MCH made a generous donation to the food bank of over $5,000, and they do make a substantial amount of money in the garage sale, and they do have costs for that. And as the CAO Pat is talking about other nonprofits, I know that this has come up recently with a fundraiser that is coming up actually with the community garden. And it's an event on the 18th that will be coinciding with the open house of Health and Community showcasing the gymnasium. And the question came up about renting the field, which the community garden will not be doing because they, well, clearly have no money for one, but they already have a leased space that they'll be working within. And mostly the communication was one of the ladies that I was working with approached CFO Creek about what was being booked there, because we didn't want to conflict with training and that sort of stuff, so we needed to be able to traverse across the field, not to rent the field, but also coinciding the activity with whether or not there was going to be enough parking, what's their training, that sort of stuff. So as one of the nonprofits, those things were taken into consideration. The kitchen was another thing, but we learned that that's going to have to be rented. This is a prime example. So if somebody wants to use the kitchen and there is a nonprofit rate, I would encourage us to stay with that policy.
Okay.
If in fact that is what we have.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think this deserves more discussion, because if they're giving a grant to the food bank, but then asking us to waive fees, it seems a little odd.
But that's kind of my point. So that's why I was wondering, is there money being made or whatever? And I understand the service. I think the service is great.
But I doubt whether that was the Seniors Association that did that, because they've got hardly any money. They really have only the money that we give them.
Okay, so maybe I'm not understanding this. It says MCH. So who's making the soup? Is it CERC making the soup at MCH, or is it MCH making the soup and they're collaborating with CERC? Maybe Councillor App can explain.
It's just a group of people that come from both the Community Association and the Seniors Association. It's not put on by either group. It's just a group of those people. And if that needs oversight by a council member or something, then they can do that. But it's not a community association initiative.
I see. Okay.
But
They had been using the MCA's
They
kitchen.
have been using the kitchen of the MCA for nothing.
Yeah. No, thank you. And I'm prepared again to support the motion, but Councillor Donaldson does make a good point about Councillor Gray as well, about keeping on top of the nonprofits and what we ask and what we're willing to forgive and all that.
And also, Mr. Payette has a good point that it's a good policy if we're going to do free admission or gifts, it's to be done at the granting phases of our budgeting process. Yeah. Okay, so what are we going to do for this particular one? Do they want to make soup right away? Councillor Epp? Yeah. Okay, why don't we say we grant them this year in 2025 2 times, and then after that they need to come to the grant and aid. Would that be okay? Is that palatable to everybody?
I doubt that that's going to happen, but they're not a group. They can't come up with a whole financial package and all that kind of stuff, right? I think it'd be unworkable, but that's whatever.
Yeah. Have they asked the Metchosin Community Association for the money? I wonder. No. Okay.
Well, that was my next question, is either the MCA or even MACA. They've been very generous with donations. Maybe they could help them out. And I agree with Councillor F. They're unlikely to come to grant and aid because they don't have the organization of that set up as of yet. I'm just concerned that we're doing a precedent setting when one nonprofit just recently was so close to having to pay for something that wasn't being booked. But it reminded me that, yes, we spent a lot of time at this table discussing different portions of the school or the field or whatever being rented out. And we're trying to organize ourselves better so that there's better accountability for the facility as a school, including our tenants and their leases, that we are fair and equitable for everybody.
Okay. Does anybody want to put forward a motion that we allow them to have twice a year? I will put forward a motion to move this along. Oh, is there? Okay. That's right. There is a motion on the table. It was the motion, repeat the motion, Councillor Epp. Was it for 2 times or just to let them use it?
It's just to let them use it.
Councillor Gray?
Well, I'm struck by what Mr. Pyatt's raised with us, and I think he's trying to manage the facility. And while it's come to us to make a decision, it seems to me we should support the staff in terms of how they're managing things. So that's really what I'm tied now between the benevolence on the one hand, and then we actually have to manage this, and our manager is saying, please do it this way or that way.
Yeah, but I also had a nod from Mr. Pyatt that we could grant them 2 times and say that's you want to come to grant an aid or go to another organization for the
Can I
funds.
propose an amendment to Councillor Epp's motion that modify it for waiving the fees for 2 sessions in the kitchen in 2025?
Okay. So that is an amendment. Do I have a seconder for that amendment to the main motion? I'll second that. Discussion. Call the question on the amendment to the motion to include for 2. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor App opposed. And then let's call the motion, the main motion, to waive the fees, but it would be trumped by not waiving the fees forever, but it would be waiving the fees for the 2, so it's a bit of a redundant motion. Do you understand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And can I just, through the chair, the CEO is satisfied with that?
CEO is satisfied with that. But the main motion doesn't say that they're allowed unlimited access. If we go back to the amendment, is that right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I don't want to beat a dead horse here or anything, but even like in this case, if there's any grant money left in council's grant fund this year, we could take it out of that grant fund and we could actually pay ourselves, but it just keeps the accounting clean. I don't know if we have any money left. I don't remember, but.
Right, but what Councillor Epp said is that they're unlikely to go through the process of applying.
For the annual grant process, I'm just saying if council capped $500 or $1,000 a year in their little grant account for these situations, it'll happen again. Somebody's going to be in dire straits and need a bit of help.
Yeah, I get your
Council
point.
can
So
say
Councillor
yes.
Donaldson, maybe when we're going through that grant and aid process, if you could mention again, like you did last year, to keep a small amount, 500 for things such as this, would be good. Good point. Thank you.
And just the answer to my question then, through the chair.
What was your question?
Is the CEO satisfied with this solution, or is he advising us against this?
So through the chair, I think in this case, it's not going to rock the boat. I'm satisfied with the solution, but I think we should build this policy into our budget process.
Yeah.
For the future.
Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? No one opposed. Thank you. Okay. We're getting close to finishing. We have a correspondence for information from the Ministry of Agriculture. This is seeking input on draft discussion paper to update the minister's bylaw standards relating to zoning bylaws and the treatment of farming activities. So if we have any input, if you could either give it now or give it, is this for the end of the month, October 15th? So before October 15th, if you can send them to me or the and the CAO, we can fire those off to the Minister of Agriculture. Okay, I'll take a motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, second by Councillor Shukin. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we've got, the next is the other business motion for which notice has been given. Councillor Shukin, do you want to take that away? Okay.
Steering committee, and that steps are taken to clarify project management and a project governance model for the fire hall project. So there's two things here. There's one specific to the fire hall steering committee, and the other one is to begin to get clarity on how the overall project is going to be managed. And so that would be inclusive of the committee, staff, consultants, council, and any other, if we bring in a project manager, etc. I will, oh, Mr. Cryer is still here. I'm very, found his comments actually very instructive. I've worked on big projects as well where you do have some very interesting and big block management processes going on. And they're very important in terms of keeping things going. And of course, this project is even more complicated because there's a political element to it as well. But just a few things though around this. I do want to thank very much the members of the Fire Hall Steering Committee, Councillor Epp and Councillor Donaldson, but especially the Chair Mike Hornick as well, because he's been there from the very beginning and has tried to shepherd this as best he can. Things, of course, have gotten complicated because in some ways they've gotten more real. And this is the point, key point, is we're now on an action-oriented footing. We put forward an option, we put forward that option to a grant, and we're now waiting in terms of the outcome of that grant. One of the things that we have to do is begin to look ahead and understand where we should be this time next year. And it's unfortunate that we didn't have that time machine that last year in May of 2024, we could have gone back and said, oh, there's going to be a grant coming in 2025. What do we need to do to get ready for that? We missed that. But now we have to start getting ready to move ahead. Again, understanding where we might be this time next year. So again, this is relevant to getting us ready. We've got some time now. Again, there's some big questions that we can actually address as well and begin to frame up. So hopefully we get a more focused process in terms of scope and our spacing needs, and maybe get ourselves in a position where we can do a Class C estimate. We can begin to look at our core construction materials, for example. And staff were at a workshop at UBCM on mass timber. Is that the answer? Is it, I don't know, steel structure, etc. And again, but a key thing too is understanding the role that a construction manager might play. So I think there's a deeper discussion that can be had there. So I've referenced it in terms of reference for the Fire Hall Steering Committee, but it's a bigger picture thing as well, and something that will be done in terms of dialogue with Mr. Payette, Mr. Creek, of course, but also some of the other players in this process. So,
just a question: does that also, a member of the public also brought up that we should also look at the composition of the expertise on the Fire Hall Steering Committee? Does that also include that? Because we also have to look at the membership as well, because we have some members that have moved out of Metchosin. We have a member of staff that is a voting member, and staff should never be voting members. We have two councillors. We usually have one councillor, but they should have a vote, even though they've been given the direction that they should not have a vote. Our corporate officer wants to speak. Go ahead, Ms. Hanson.
Mayor Little, if I may, could we get a motion on the floor before further discussion carries on?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll move that an updated terms of reference be developed for the Fire Hall Steering Committee and that steps are taken to clarify project management and a project governance model for the Fire Hall project.
I'll second that for discussion.
This is moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Gray. For discussion. Go ahead.
So one of the things that we probably have to confront is the role of the steering committee. It is a volunteer group. There is expertise on there for sure, but eventually we are going to need project-focused people. And again, Mr. Cryer's points were very well taken on that. So the key question now is, what is the role of the committee? But along the lines, we're going to also have to ask ourselves, what is the role of staff? What is our role in all of this? Where the consultants fit in and all that. So again, if we want to make this real, the key thing is we in this table in time do not want to be mucking with this project. We want to get it to a position where the builders know what they need to do and we're clarity around the budget. But to get us to that point, there's a fair bit of work. And I feel like there is a bit of a vacuum that we now need to begin to collapse and get some structure to things.
Councillor Gray?
Yeah, I think what Councillor Shukin is laying out is important. And I could see us also picking up a project charter and the principles we're working under. I had the opportunity to be at a Water Commission meeting the other day, and I get it, the CRD is a much bigger organization, but to see how projects like this are managed and how they start and how they go through, and we're not doing really anything of what's done in projects of any size, it would seem, in terms of getting a roadmap, figuring out who your specialists are that you bring in at what times, just what you're talking about now. So I think that would be good to get some advice on that. But I think it would be important, or I'm going to advocate, I think it would be important for our CEO and staff to talk to people like the CRD, to talk to people, some people who've been in the audience tonight, spoken, to get some advice in that direction. I think the review of the membership makes sense. I think too that I want to say thanks to all the people who've worked on this project and got it to this point. They've been busy with it and done a lot of different, taken a lot of different aspects of the project. But I think that we're also at the point where we need accountability and transparency with the project so that we just know who's doing what and what their job is, including us. So I'm going to speak in support of the motion.
Okay. I think one of the things that we were told many months ago is that in many municipalities, they would not have a steering committee, a community committee fostering this through. It would be handled by staff, and staff would bring important pieces back to council to decide. So we've really gone outside the norm in that. In saying that, I think there are some remaining questions that the Fire Hall Steering Committee can help us with. But I do agree, at some point, we're going to have to move to a different model. Yeah. Okay. On the, yeah.
Yeah, and I think some of what we heard from our audience tonight was some of the stuff we have to go back and confirm where we're at. And I think you've mentioned a few points there as well, Councillor Shukin. It's not just starting from here and going forward. It's taking a look at what we've got and how do we actually manage this piece. We got moving on that urgency to get a grant, grant chasing. And I think it's thrown us off what could have been a smoother project where we, sort out roles and responsibilities and who's doing what and ending up with something that we all agreed to.
Okay. Any other comments? I'll take.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because it's something that we have discussed at the committee, the steering committee, before the urgency of the grant. We seem to have left a few steps behind that the committee was starting to work on, and that was looking at options. So that totally has gone way, I don't know if it's away or if we're back at it or whatever, but we really have not explored that, as well as there hasn't been an exploration of the space analysis and that sort of stuff, which is what they were. They led me to believe, at least, that they were going to be tasked with that. That was the June 11th meeting that was canceled. So I'm not sure if those are things that we have a meeting actually coming up this week, if those are things that we still need to flush out, or where we're actually going to do this change, when, how, that sort of stuff. So I'd like to know a little bit of that before I go into the meeting on Wednesday, so that I have something to go with as well, as far as liaising information to them, unless, of course, that's not expected of me.
I don't know what is on the agenda for the meeting on Wednesday. I can't speak to that, but certainly your role as a council liaison is to liaise information from council, but there's also staff at the meeting as well, so you're not on your own. And
No,
Councillor
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there was work that the committee was going to be doing, and it's kind of stalled out. It's almost as everything got put on hold because we're focused on the grant. And so are we going to go and look at the concept drawings and space analysis, or if we totally stopped, pulled the reins in on everything and just stopped? Because it seems that we're just meeting to get updates and that's it. There's no decisions, there's no direction. They were looking for direction. So we're meeting just because there's updates.
I think with Councillor Shukin's motion,
correct,
that will all be encompassed in there. So that's not going to help you for the Wednesday meeting, but staff will be there. Yeah, Councillor.
Yeah, through the chair, the steering committee. Sorry, through the chair. So the steering committee meeting coming up on the agenda is for the steering committee to consider the upcoming open house and discuss, how they see that looking, and then bringing that back to council for some ideas. That's what's on the agenda. Okay. And a quick verbal update from me that we submitted the grant. That's all. Okay.
So at future meetings, it will be addressed, this motion in particular.
Yeah, so that was exactly my question, is so an open house, but we don't have anything to really go with because we've not even discussed what options are. If we have options, maybe we're not doing options, I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, I actually beg to differ that options weren't discussed. There was options in the feasibility study that we all had. They were all on paper, and the steering committee had that. So the options were there. Council chose to go with option 1A. So that was one of the options. And the steering committee has got the same reports. They got the same reports at the meeting that we were all at this table, the joint steering committee and council meeting. So we all had the same reports with all the different options.
Okay,
I beg to differ that, that there wasn't options presented because they were all in that feasibility study.
Yeah, we didn't actually do a workup on all of those options. It was a recommendation from the consultant for option 1A. So what you're suggesting then is we will go to the public at an open house and we will show option 1A. And I don't know what the other one is.
I don't know what is planned, actually. I don't know what is planned for the open house, and I think that's what the fire hall steering committee is going to discuss.
Okay, because I do know, as Mr. Piat has just said, it says open house, next steps, but there's no background on that. So good to know. Thanks.
Councillor Shukin.
Sorry, I was just going to say, until the new terms of reference are in place and we bring something back, it's essentially status quo. So I mean, I don't have an answer to what you might talk about at the meeting in the next few days, but I think we should focus on the motion here, if we could.
Yeah, Councillor Gray.
And I think if we approve the motion, it may well be that what will happen as a result of that is to go through this, have some consultations with others about how these projects might be managed. We're probably going to get back to options and high-level costing and alternative building methods, as you mentioned a moment ago, mass timber or something else. We might get looked at what's going on in other municipalities and learnings there, and then figure out how it's going to work. Because I think what I'm starting to understand now is that we've gone off on a bit of a side rail in terms of how a project of this magnitude would normally be managed. And so the opportunity to get back and get a look at that, I think it may all come out of the work you're talking about. And I don't mean in an offensive way, I mean a helpful way. Say, wait a minute, let's go back a little bit here. Got to deal with a few things. In terms of options, I agree and disagree with the mayor. We had options, but they were all the variants of one option. And we just had an opinion that a rebuild or a renewal of the existing building was going to be too expensive. And then we had a bit of a mixed picture about the differences between those when we later picked it up. So, I guess we had some options on paper, but we didn't really have a discussion about them, and then missed the discussion of the plan B because we decided not to do that. At any rate, I'm in favor of the motion and proceeding as Councillor Shukin suggested.
That would be fine, but I think all the options will be included in the analysis for next steps forward. I still think that the feasibility study, those pages haven't been ripped out of the feasibility study. They're still in there. So we could still discuss them. The Fire Hall Steering Committee could still discuss them. Okay, let's vote on this motion. All in favor? Opposed? No one opposed. Okay, that's great. 11:30. Okay, could I have a motion to adjourn,
I
please?
just have notice of motion,
Oh.
which I'll just jump in with real quick. The first one would be that the district hold a public referendum on the Fire Hall project. And the second will be release of the UBCM Fire Hall grant application to the public on the district website.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll take a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Shukin, second by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.